Seems to be live on my device. Today has been a very bloody strange day. Only one person's gonna understand that, but that's just for timestamp purposes. Episode 4, Turnabout Succession. And that is the whole truth of this case. Whoa. Technology. Someone being monitored. Oof. In order to understand it myself, I had to know the story of the last 7 long years. I'm assuming this is Apollo. Nothing happens by chance. All is connected. Whoa. And now, you stand ready to begin the final chapter of the story. What's going on? Will the defendant be found guilty or innocent? The decision is yours. Oh, has it been Gavin this entire time? I've merely forgotten how he sounds. October 7th, 10:37 a.m. Write Anything Agency.
Hey, Apollo! Look! On TV! Look! Look!
Yeah? I'm kinda busy.
Whoa! Look at that! He's the last Gramier! Alright! Amazing! Apollo! You should be watching this!
Ow! 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 What? I was writing about our last case in my journal.
You're supposed to write things in records, Apollo, not journals. And why now? That case was 3 months ago. To, give us a timestamp of how long time has elapsed here.
Hey, it's a long story. I did a lot, I want to vacuum pack the feel of the moment for later. Right now, I'm wowing the crowd by figuring out how Lemure disappeared.
That's right! Uncle Valent did the illusion, too. But you're missing him on TV right now!
Ugh. I was just getting to the good part.
There was 13 of those.
It was a long case. I said I did a lot.
Just watch the TV.
I suppose I should watch a little TV with her. After all, her father's expecting me to look after her while he's away. What you're now seeing is a rehearsal for the greatest magic show on Earth. Happening right here at our very own Sunshine Coliseum. The Sunshine Coliseum? Hey, that's where the Gavineers concert was.
Yeah, there's only one Coliseum in the entire town.
How about concert halls?
There's a few more.
Only 3 more days until miracles happen right here, right before your unbelieving eyes. The legendary troupe Gramier is performing for the first time in 7 years. So obviously the guy on the left is Valent. Is that Trucy's mother in the middle? And then that's probably the brother on the right hand. Ooh, and they have a card motif. I wonders if her is the woman in the middle is Spade, so that way Trucy can be Diamond.
It's going to be great! I am so there! You and Papa are coming too!
The legendary Gramiers. Trucy's real father still alive. He'd be on that stage performing miracles.
I've got the tickets and everything! Here's yours, Apollo.
Magic show ticket received.
You don't have to say it. What? Why is this going in evidence?
Nothing? Ah. You're performing for the first time in 7 days. Thanks.
But, who could this be?
I'm just gonna go with Valant. Ah, there you are. Working hard or hardly working? How do you like my impression of Valant? Hey, how have you been?
Hi there, stranger.
Not exactly the kind of greeting I want to hear from my own kid. That was some weird perspective. Though he has been gone a long time. How's it go, Trucy? Here, I got a present for you.
Yay! Pudding! I love pudding. It's farm fresh. It's not just one pudding, but 3 whole cups. I'll have to pace myself.
Well, I'm beat. You were supposed to eat all of those and get comatose so I could get the inheritance money.
That's right. That's right, Papa. You're on a top secret mission. Gotta take it easy with the secrets, you know.
How right you are.
Yeah, that's me.
Apollo, you talked with her about the fact her father's dead.
Yeah, I did, but she's not really getting it.
Farm fresh.
Yeah, don't you know?
Pudding?
Fresh?
That sounds nasty. So, you still can't tell us what your mission is? New portrait. Maybe it is time. It has something to do with you anyway.
Huh?
With me? I'm fine.
Ooh, maybe you're getting a top secret mission too. Maybe you can be one of those guys. A spy.
Can I just be a defense attorney? Pudding is just pig tears. I don't know what kind of pudding you're eating, but last I checked, no, they'd be a lot more salty if they were. It is pig tears.
Yay!
To be honest, telling you about the mission was my whole reason for coming here today.
What?
Tell me, you've heard of the jurist system, yes?
Oh, the jury! Finally! The jurist system?
That's right. The new legal system everyone's talking about. It was instated yesterday. Why not 3 months ago? Because that'd be too convenient.
Have you heard of it, Apollo?
Huh? Maybe. I only know it to be done in like a weird medieval court system on a far-off island where people drink a mineral that makes them can't hear the sound of silver ringing. Trust me, it was a weird book of fan fiction I found in a library. I wrote that, you know.
You what?
Maybe not as many people are talking about it as I thought. The jurist system.
Huh?
Oh, wait. Before I lose it, let's examine
The plant.
the plant. Intrigues you, doesn't it? Yeah, not really. It's just the only thing in here that doesn't have some secret function. No secrets. But lots of memories. This is gonna be the killer in the final case. I'm surprised you noticed. Excuse me? That'd be a fucking twist. Someone either kills the plant or the plant kills someone just to have it full circle. It learned it from watching Mia die. And a name, too. Want to hear it?
Not really. Isn't it, Mr. Charlie?
His name is Charlie, if you were curious.
Really?
I wasn't. Can I just present this to him now? Ah, presenting, are we?
I did my fair share of that back in the day. Showed my attorney's badge a lot, too.
He may look cool and calm now, but you should have seen him before. You were like,
I want to say 6 and didn't even know Phoenix existed back then. So, how do you know, Trucy?
Time dilation. You know me well, Trucy.
I'm glad I'm providing this opportunity for a little family bonding. It has a secret feng shui. The juris system.
so, Papa, what's this juris system thing?
Well, Trucy, do you know what a jury is?
I've heard of it. It's half the name of a Ben 10 transformation.
Not jury rig, just jury.
Isn't that those people who sit in court in those old courtroom dramas? The ones who get to decide if a guy's innocent or guilty. Do you know, Apollo?
Only from TV. It's 12 people, chosen from the community, right?
Well, they're thinking about reviving that system. They're calling the new system Juris System, you know, because we gotta have a fancy word. And it's 6 letters for how many jury members there are.
I think you probably know this from general, like, cover art and stuff, but in later games, he's just, like, normal again. This is the only game where we get bum. Ah, I used to drink water.
What? Was that last bit? But yes, I looked at the, like, history of just, like, when the games came out, and I saw the fact that no future games are called Apollo Justice. Phoenix steals them. And I'm angry.
Why?
I like Apollo, and knowing the fact this is the only game with his name on it is kind of sad.
No more doing whatever you like, Your Honor.
Not quite that harsh. The jurists cooperate with the judge. They help analyze the case from different angles.
Ah, and there will be only 6 of them under the current proposal, right?
Wow, you know your stuff, Apollo!
Their findings directly affect the verdict. Hopefully, people will start taking the courts a little more seriously now. No more kangaroos.
They're now retroactively the Apollo collection. But hey, Athena is never ever more prominent than the other two. At least Apollo got one.
Who's Athena? Like, the goddess? Do gods start involving this stuff? Exactly. Oh my gosh, Lady Justice has shown up. Great. Apollo. Oh wait, Apollo's also a god name. So, is Apollo a god? Is that why his backstory is a bit wonky? Excuse me while I turn on a fan, because the heat is getting to me.
Yeah, we took it so seriously we had a little monologue with chat.
You mean the thing the judge talks to?
Yeah, it's right over there.
Phoenix is mythical too, like Firebird.
But Phoenix is like an animal. It's a mythical animal, and it's in several different spots. Apollo and Athena are specifically Greek gods and goddess.
I feel like I'm on some kind of educational TV show. Starring Dr. Wright.
And Mr. Wrong. Dr. Wright, his assistant, Trucy. And mascot Apollo, the perfect team.
Hey, you can't call me a mascot if you don't have me as the title. Don't look at me like that. Mascot, hey! So, what is this secret mission?
The Juris System is my mission, more or less. I need to somehow split into mitosis to become 6 different people to finally revive Edgeworth.
The fuck?
Anyway, keep in mind that new ideas like this system are always risky, Apollo.
Too true. Everyone's got an opinion, and they just talk, and nothing gets decided. Kinda like you, Apollo.
Hey, these bits make this stream unique. You think it would be that interesting if I was just directly saying every text online?
Maybe.
You fucking poser. Well, I'm not that bad, am I?
In any case, we're going to have to give it a shot. A test, if you will.
I don't like tests.
We'll take a case as simple as a sample and choose 6 jurists. I'll be the one helping with that process, incidentally.
Helping? How?
Well, for one, I'll be chair of the Juris System Simulated Court Committee.
Ugh, 6 angry men. They usually... Actually, no, I've only seen Layton and the Great Ace Attorney. They had women in there, but you saying 6 angry men makes me feel like maybe that was an addition in those games specifically, and it is just 6 men every time here. That'd be sad.
The chair constructs the ideal situation, choosing the case, the jurist candidates, even the judge in the courtroom.
That sounds extremely overbearing, because that makes it sound like some of the jurists are gonna be involved in the case. Oh, famous movie called 12 Angry Men about a jury. 6 feels low. This is a pretty good number.
Wow! It's like you have a real job!
I was never that good at the piano, to be honest.
Once a lawyer, always a lawyer, I guess.
The trial's tomorrow, by the way. Don't miss it.
But these tickets... Meh, that's not gonna be relevant.
The trial simulation, that is.
A simulation, huh? Sounds interesting.
So, what kind of case is the trial simulation about?
Well, since it's the first run-through of a new system, I wanted something simple, so I murdered someone just outside. Pretty open and shut case.
Good thinking! No sense wearing yourself out with something too serious.
True. The case is a murder.
That's not as simple as all!
You really fucked up your lines there. By simple, did you mean that the defendant is...
Guilty. Yeah, most likely. So, we're gonna smudge your record up, Apollo. Have fun. So, good luck, Apollo.
With what?
With that trial tomorrow. You're defending, of course. Recall that I said it had something to do with you.
Go for it, Apollo! It's just a test case. Anyway, no sweat.
Yeah, but there's still a verdict to be decided.
And a potentially serious sentence. The most serious in a worst-case scenario.
Ah! You mean the verdict's for real? That's not a test trial, that's a real trial!
All the forms have been filled. There's no turning back now. Welcome to the government state. The trial begins tomorrow at 10 a.m. Hope you can make room in your schedule.
But why am I only hearing about this now?
Yeah. There was a change this morning. I picked a new case. Something that happened last night.
Okay, check. It's AA. Everyone has a connection to the case.
Yeah.
Hey, Apollo! I know you're all excited about that secret mission. But what about this? The Troupe Grenier Grand Magic Show!
Huh? Oh, right. The card tricks.
They're not card tricks! They're grand illusions, miracles, the apocalypse! The apocalypse! Heaven and earth will shake!
So what? That's 3 whole days from now.
It's at Sunshine Coliseum. Let's go. Let's go today. We can say hi to Uncle Valent.
Have fun.
What? I can't go by myself. People will steal my panties. You know, I'm not very outgoing.
Takes a good look up and down and up and down. Yes, that Silk Hat is extremely incognito.
Right. What?
What? Oh, both of you? Hey, I have a reason to. She's just adopted. Why not go with her? But what about that secret mission? Oh, don't worry about that. They're guilty. I said so. You'll hear about it tomorrow, regardless. I don't trust that smile. He knows something he's not telling me.
Yippee! Now you can take me to the Coliseum.
I can't drive.
You can piggyback.
I suppose it wouldn't kill me to pop over. Oh no, is Apollo gonna die? Is that why he doesn't show up in the next games? No! Gramir. It reminds me. Oh my gosh, that is some funky kanji to look like a face.
What's this, Papa? Isn't that Silk Hat the Gramir seal?
Consider it a birthday present, Trucy.
Thanks! It's great! But today isn't my birthday.
Good point. Yoink. What day is it, Apollo? Huh? Today, I think it's Recycle Your Plastics Day? Then it's a Recycle Your Plastics present.
Yippee! It's so plastic.
I've given up on trying to understand them. It's much easier that way. So, what is it?
Can I open it, Papa?
Oh my gosh, that's stern. No.
What?
You'll need that envelope someday. Someday soon. Like 10 a.m. Don't open it until then.
Well, maybe you just hold on till then.
Because that would be the logical thing to do.
Why are you putting that in evidence?
It's the only kind of pocket I have. It's labeled evidence. I just stapled it on my pants. It's just everything that goes in there. An envelope about the Grimirs.
They never established if AA culprits could get death penalty. As far as we know, they get 10 years at worst. You're adopted. It's your birthday now.
Yeah, they don't say they die. And yeah, wait, to my knowledge, a couple of villains have come back from prison, so. Alright, so what case are you going to use? Really want to know, don't you? Of course I do. Why is it when I get more energetic, you get more sleepy? I mean, I'm going to be defending it, aren't I? If all goes well, then yeah. Of course. This is just a test. We want everyone to start without preconceptions. A blank slate, as it were. There's a difference between having a blank slate and just being totally clueless. Whose dumb idea was that anyway? Well, mine, committee chair. Remember? Look at this sinister barrel smile. No. Well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose I could give you permission to examine the scene of the crime. Good! That's better. But you can't talk to anyone involved with the case. What? Then how am I supposed to defend? You let me worry about the details there. Remember, I'm in charge of this trial. All of it. I'm the guy who's setting you up against Claver. Again. But you don't want it to backfire, do you? Apollo, if I'm in charge of the whole trial, that means the entire affair is my responsibility. For good or for bad. They like using this portrait. He's gotten more serious.
Just do what you can. And don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
All right.
Yeah?
No. I figured. Every time.
I'd recommend going down to the detention center. Your client's waiting for you. You can ask about the scene there.
But you just said I couldn't talk to anyone involved.
Oh, you can talk to your client. If you can get her to talk.
Well, time's a wasting.
Move, man.
You're not busy. Some show up in prison. Rare, though. And who knows how long they get. I get so sentenced to judge if I want to.
I'm guessing that so was supposed to be a 2 of I get to sentence the judge if I want to. I'm that in charge. No, we're going to here. Fuck them. They're guilty. October 7th is apparently Recycle Your Plastics Day. That's 20 minutes we've been waiting here. 20 minutes! Well, 27 is how long the strain's been going, but yeah.
Maybe I should complain? I'm sure that guard has better things to do than stand there pretending he doesn't see us.
I'm a map painting, ma'am. I can't move. You know, the minute we get angry, the client will show. It always works that way. Like shouting, "Oh, waiter!" and they're standing right behind you.
Oh, guard! Is our client going to be much longer?
What are you talking about? Haven't you already started the meeting yet?
Huh?
What? Where did you come from? Well, anyway, please have a seat.
I'm nervous, Apollo. She looks like a corpse. And we saw her in the intro fall over.
It's the silence. It builds suspense. This tweening noise. It's funny. They call it silence, but it's not quiet at all.
Apollo, you have tinnitus.
What? I have tinnitus?
Yeah, you were backstage during the concert.
I checked the wiki for Trucy's birthday just for the heck of it, and it's deduced birthday range of December 21st, 2010 to April 16th, 2011. What a community.
Huh. So, fucking Phoenix is way off. Why don't you do something, Trucy? You're a magician, aren't you?
That's right. Okay. I'm going to kidnap. I am the amazing Mr. Hat. She passed out.
Miss Magic Underwear might have been a better bet.
That's magic panties, Apollo.
Does she have a heart condition? Okay. Oh, wait, I can use a mouse. Okay, nothing here but the guard and the camera. Introductions. Hi. Well, I'm your defense. I really think it has to be fate, you know? And by fate, I mean destiny! Did you know I'm good with astrology? Tell me, what's your sign?
I can tell you mine if you like, Apollo.
No, never mind. I just got carried away there. You seem destined to get difficult clients, it seems.
Mouse is visible, if that's what you want.
No, I meant like grabbing the hand and sweeping it around screen. Your name? So what's your name? Oh, right. I'm supposed to introduce myself first, because we're in America. I'm Apollo. Apollo just is. Isn't it Justice?
And I'm Trucy Wright.
Isn't it right?
No, that's stupid.
I know. This is getting nowhere fast. The case. Yes, tell us, Trucy Darrow, the birthday range. Hey, I know. Maybe you can tell us what happened. I'm your defense attorney, after all. Anything out of the ordinary happened lately?
Well, the other day, this tourist from out of town stopped me to ask for directions.
Later, Trucy. I feel like I need to ask directions myself here. Oh, that was fruitless. Though I think I understand despair a little better now.
You did good, Apollo.
Yeah. What is that?
Look! She's
Doing her nails? That's the image for that? What? Are nails more important than defense? Is that it? Let's go, Trucy.
Excuse me. Could you read this?
Sure.
It's going to explode.
I feel like a teenager on a first date. And this is the love letter we passed from desk to desk at school.
You're monologuing in your head. Just open it. Stop looking so wistfully and read it, Apollo.
It's a business card with a name and an address. The name is Vera Misham. The address is for Drew Studio. And you're giving me this card because... Oh, Vera. Well, looks like we're finished here.
I wonder if Drew Studios is the scene of the crime.
Let's go find it. Oh my. Wow, this looks like... Yeah, it looks like a studio.
It's like life imitating art, or maybe it's the other way around? I'm saying that as a joke. But the tape on the ground there, it's a bit jarring.
Yeah. Looks like we found our crime scene.
Apollo, look at all those paintings.
Imagine, this crime scene is just a fake. Because it's just supposed to, this whole studio is supposed to be an art piece itself, because... Ooh, hee hee hee. Funny. Hey, don't touch those!
It's okay, I'm just looking with my fingers.
Okay. Good progress. Something to be... Oh, wait, that's... Huh? Look at this one. This one is, like the old couple and the beach that goes down the river. Looks half finished. You can still see the rough sketch underneath. But that's odd. The rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all. Yeah. Wait, did you say that?
You stole my line!
Some giant canvas back there. Yeah. Well, honestly, yeah, you'd think it's like, oh, but I worked at an art store for a while, and yeah, they get that big. They get bigger even. They're expensive though.
All the paintings have a really different style, too.
I thought I might find you two here.
Oh, how do you like my impression of right?
Emma, long time no see.
Oh. Seems like I run into you far too often. I'll bet I know why you're here, too. You know about the trial simulation tomorrow? I've heard about it, sure. So, Mr. Wright chose you? We don't even know what the case is about. Well, he was killed. The artist who owns this studio, that is. Mr. Drew Misham. 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 And his daughter was put under arrest. Yeah, we just saw her at the detention center.
It was funny, though. She seemed more like a victim than the kind of person who could commit murder.
You don't say. Not even by poisoning? That's how it was done, you know. Poisoning's a common way to get the job done when the murderer is a woman. Whoa! Whoa! When was this game again? What, poisoning? Only a woman? Whoa! Anyway, Mr. Wright told me to be coming. Don't you know? I'm Emma, the anti-feminist. It's like the Antichrist. Feel free to take a look around. I'll just be over here with my snackadoos. Can't talk to anyone related to this case this time around. Which means we'd better find out as much as we can here at the scene. Or else. Anyone could poison. No! Bad! No murder! No! This game series is supposed to show you that murderers never prosper. Ever! Like, at all! Can't talk. I don't want to try talking because it'll be like, boom, we have deleted your save file.
The letterbox looks funny sitting inside a room like this.
Let's take a look. Empty. The other half of that letterbox is actually connected to the outside of the studio. Mr. Misham would put his letters in there, and the postman took them away.
Impressive that someone still writes letter in this day and age with the flip phone. Or wrote, rather.
Yeah, let's just grab this now.
Hey! There's a painting hidden back here.
Hey, you're right!
Yeah? Or am I a Grimmere?
Oh, now you're having the mental thing now? Okay.
What? It's embarrassing somehow. And he didn't want anyone else to see it.
You certainly seem pleased by the possibility. Huh? It's so normal! That's hardly something to get mad about. Huh? Wait.
Huh? What is it, Apollo? What'd you find, boy?
Well, doesn't this painting look like... Never mind, I totally can't prove it's the same one.
Huh?
Better get a professional opinion on this. Just stick this in my pocket.
Holy shit! I'm a magician! How are you doing that?
I imagine this coffee cup was for guests to use.
Yes?
Did the police already analyze this cup too? Not a trace of poison was found on that cup. So the killer was after Drew Michelin alone. No, you're supposed to touch the coffee cup first, then the other one. Ah, that's the victim's coffee mug. No! That is the victim's paint mug.
The classic Transmask experience of suddenly being able to fit the world in your pockets.
Yep, and I'm slowly losing my pockets. No! Aha! So the poison was in here. This is my first time seeing a real poisoned mug of coffee.
Trissy, all coffee is poison.
I know, but still, this one has extra kick to, kill them within a day instead of over 6 years, give or take.
Yep, everyone knows that coffee is poison. Poison coffee. Not exactly, actually. What? No, that coffee cup wasn't poison, but coffee is poison. Okay. What do you mean? No traces of poison were found in the coffee.
What?
You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. I'm officially not on your side, after all. The victim's last cup of coffee. The side of the cup reads a machine. No, it just reads...
Apollo, that's where the body was!
That's the spot where Mr. Drew Misham passed away. He put the coffee mug to his lips, and the next moment, there's quite a bit of paint on the ground. See the half painting here? He must have been working on that right up until the moment he died.
Wow! A true artist to the end.
So if I kill you while you're recording a song, does that make you a true artist to the end, or just the most opportune time to kill you?
That's a bit sensitive to say.
Why?
The last case we did was about music. It's a bit triggering.
Yeah, you're right. It's the only other thing I could think of, because it was 3 months ago. Or maybe you started a year ago and was procrastinating. Everyone feels this. Screenshot this forevermore. This is what everyone does. Emma knows everyone.
There's a Smoosh clip where the cast is painting and one of them drinks from the paint cup thinking it's a drink somehow.
Yeah, it's more common than you think. As someone who, deals with Warhammer and stuff like that, I know about several stories of the paint mug.
I wouldn't mind taking a closer look at these paintings. Just love oils. You know how they're so thick? Is that the word?
These paintings are all dry. I'm just surprised at how different these all are. It's almost like more than one person could have more than one art style.
Yeah, and what's going on with this half-finished one?
It must have been a work in progress. You can still see the rough sketch below.
That's what's so weird. The sketch part doesn't really fit the finished parts.
I noticed. That is weird. Oh! Whoa! Whoa, this completely changes the place. What the heck is this? This is a laboratory.
Look at all those paints, Apollo. There's so many. He's got like 20 kinds of red. We could repaint your suit, Apollo. How about this shade of green?
That'll be enough of that. Thanks. Let's take a closer look at this desk here. Oh, this is a new mechanic.
Hey, Apollo, what's this feathery thingy?
Is that a pen? Like an old-fashioned quill pen?
It doesn't have a pointy end.
That was most likely for sweeping detritus off the desk.
Wow, you sure know a lot, Emma. Because we're total idiots.
Bold and scientific. That's my motto. Exactly what about that was bold or scientific? Look at his hairdo. He's like, one half of him was... the right half is Painter him, the other half is mad scientist. Is that Drew Mashim?
And this little girl must be Vera.
Yes. They took that some years ago. They look close and a happy little family. Until you arrested his daughter. He was dead. He was an orphan. We arrested an orphan. That doesn't make it better at all. Look, I was personally against that, okay? She just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking. Right.
Yeah?
No.
Rad and idiotic. That's my motto.
It's a good motto.
Ooh, cute. Look at the tiny little frame, Apollo.
Tiny is right. That thing's barely 2 inches high. What picture would fit in that?
None, apparently. It's empty.
There's no glass in it either. What's it doing sitting on this desk?
This is a lesson for all of us. Be sure to check the size when you buy frames. Yep. Otherwise, the really big ones just go unsold. Technically, the really big ones...
Okay, but back at the store, we only had like 3 that were like super big, and whenever one was bought, we immediately would order another one to show up again. So it wasn't an issue of just, oh, we had too many of the massive ones. It was just that. It's just like we have a limited quantity of them, and they were very much ordered by how much was already taken. But the little tiny frames, my gosh, like about 2 inches tall. Those ones, we had buckets. We had a lot. Something about the way that figure is posed.
I've seen that pose before. It's you, Apollo! See? You're making one of your flamboyant gestures.
Please, I'm a professional. I wonder why it's posed like that. Coincidence? I think not. Is this a journal?
Wow, talk about a clue. Let's read it! What is it, Apollo?
He didn't write the name of the killer, did he? It's new. He didn't write a single line.
You had me going for a while there.
Drawer. This envelope has been opened and resealed.
Ooh, I know how to do that. You take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelope up to the steam. The glue melts and it opens. Cool, huh?
Whoever did this wasn't so delicate.
You're right. And I'm right. I'm also a Gramier. Looks like they just ripped it open and stuck it back together. Huh? The postmark on this letter is from 7 years ago. Oh no!
Let me guess. That image right there was taken 7 years ago, wasn't it? That photo right on the desk. Swirl. Why would someone open a letter and seal it again? Better hang on to this. Yoink. I saw that. No, you didn't. You're eating Snackadoos. Okay.
What is all this equipment here for?
Doesn't look very artistic, really. He had everything from a lathe to a laser cutter. Looks like he was ready to work on metals and wood, too. Though, his equipment's a bit old, to tell the truth. It's 7 years old. Why would a painter need all of this? From the dust, I'd say he hasn't used this stuff for years. 7 years. This corner doesn't fit with the rest of the studio. Trust me, when you do art, you just slowly branch out into other art things because you see the cool gadgets and you're like, I want to do that. So even if you do just do like a 2D medium like drawing or painting, you do eventually be like, but this sculpting tool looks kind of cool.
Oh, Do you think I could borrow this? I want to cut a quarter in half to make a trick coin.
This is a crime scene, Trucy.
These cost like $50 at the magic shop. Hey, can I just borrow your 3D printer for a tiny bit, please? Is this desk for painting, Apollo?
That would be a drafting table, because even though you asked Apollo,
He doesn't have any brain cells while I am around. None of you do. I'm the only one who can give answers. Drafting? And a monologue?
basically, it's a tool for making precise diagrams.
Wow. Painting is harder than I thought.
Why would a painter need a drafting table? Was he an architect too? I mean, maybe. You're not just one thing. Okay. Let's see if we can actually talk to...
So, this is a... Drew Misham's... So, this Drew Misham was some kind of artist?
Apparently. He did a lot of illustrations for books, I hear. Had a lot of female fans, too, for what it's worth. Why is Emma so fixated on this? Emma? Emma, are you one of those transvestigators? It's only scientific to do it.
Oh! Well, look at Apollo. What do you think?
Sis. Trissy, how do you know that?
I just know. Oh? Well, I guess his stuff is kind of pretty. Like that oil painting over there, for instance.
Yeah. That wasn't one of his illustrations, actually. Huh? So, it was a standalone painting or something. Is that what she means? He was an old bird, Miss Sham. Hadn't shown his face to anyone until the end.
What do you mean, to anyone?
He was always locked up in this studio, apparently. His only connection to the outside world was through letters he put in the box over there. Letters? Do people still write letters?
Hey, that's my joke. What do you mean, Apollo?
I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? Don't most people use email and stuff these days? This line constantly gets updated to the current day. Don't most people use Discord, Zoom, or Facebook Messenger, or X? Not Mr. Misham. Couldn't stand technology, it seems. I wish I could just, like, pan over to the other side of the room. Really now? He did everything by mail.
Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know?
You have to draw everything.
That's like instead of sending someone a normal Discord message, you just opened up Paint and you sent them JPEGs of what you wanted to talk.
Letterbox added to the courtroom. Then we just rip this out the wall. In any case, the only person besides him allowed in here was his daughter, Vera.
You mean the killer?
Hey, that's our client.
The
suspect, please. We took some fingerprints, of course. The only ones found on the room were Mr. Misham's and Vera's, basically.
Basically, not scientifically?
No. Actually, last night, Mr. Misham gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. It happened during the interview, apparently.
His first interview ever.
Could you lighten up? Could you tell us a bit more about what happened the night of the murder? Okay, wait, that's history. Court record. I just remembered. I can look at stuff. Oh gosh, this is 3D. $70!
Are you ready, Apollo?
Ready for what? We're in a crime scene.
For what? For the truth. Grammire's Grand Magic Show.
It's not like I'm getting up on stage or anything.
What are you talking about, Apollo? You can't enjoy magic if you're not part of what's going on up on stage. I'll lend you my spare costume if you need one.
Huh? You mean I can't go in this?
No.
Oh, wait. You mean I can't go in this?
No. Even though it looks like it's from a cartoon.
Doesn't get more straightforward than that. Are these numbers going to become relevant, or is that just padding? Ah, looky here! A handwritten signature. It says... I can't read it.
That seems odd to me. I mean, isn't a signature intended to show ownership? What's the use if no one can read it?
Isn't it enough if you can read your own?
Oh! I never thought of it that way.
I mean, when you're in the artist world, though, you want a signature that, you know, brings people back to your pages so that way they can, you know, hire you if they like your artwork that much.
Oh, my nose is really itchy. What a pretty business card. Almost looks like a postcard.
And on the back, just her name?
It seems odd to me.
Huh? What does?
Why write your name on the front and back of the card? Why not use the space on the back for a self-portrait or caricature? Then people will remember what you look like, too.
That's not a bad idea, actually.
And we should probably call it an ID for identification.
Okay, now I see where the good thought came from. Not your head.
Here, give me one of your cards, Apollo.
She's drawing something. Hey, my hair's not that spiky. Her name in the Datreon logo.
Subscribe to my Datreon. It gets you dates with a murderer.
Well, what do we have here?
I don't know!
Looks like a person thinking or something.
Maybe they're worried?
Like, what should I have for supper? A hot dog or a hamburger? Yeah, dinner. Should think about that.
You know, I've always wondered about that. Why is there supper and dinner? Are they different meals or the same thing?
Maybe that's what this person's thinking about. Well, we got all the paintings. Is that a pufferfish?
Yeah, they added them to Minecraft because they're slightly endangered and deadly. Apollo, that's clearly a porcupine fish.
They're not the same thing?
You know what gets me? You've got all these needles, right? But what's protecting that soft spot on the lower belly? There. Nothing!
Must remember to keep Drusy away from small round fish. What? Wait, is there a difference between pufferfish and porcupine fish? Bam.
Apollo, look at this painting. You can see the rough sketch.
Oh. Looks like it was only half completed.
Huh? That's funny. Do the rough sketch and the finished painting look totally different to you?
They do, actually. What's that all about? No, but okay.
Hey, Apollo! This painting! I know it!
Huh? Really?
It's that story where the old woman is doing the wash in the river, and this giant peach comes floating down.
What might possibly be the strangest thing I have ever heard? Alright, I'm thinking of the one where they cut into a bamboo shoot and find a peach. There's a lot of giant peaches now that I think about it. There's James and the Giant Peach. There's several Giant Peach stories. Coffee cup. Monsieur. Why is it blue there?
Hey, look there! That stain doesn't look so healthy, Apollo. That must be the Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about.
What? Something tells me that even Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. No, this stain is probably... Better ask Emma. What? What Blue Mountain? Huh? No clues here.
Apollo, look! It's been opened once.
You're right.
Yeah, I'm Elsia Gramir.
You're getting more confident.
Yeah, that's how the bit goes.
I wonder if there's some way we can see what's inside.
Should I try to get it open and then stick it back shut?
Let's not tamper with the evidence, shall we? I've got a better idea.
Emma! Let's ask her.
Huh? What? Huh? What? Huh? Apparently I didn't rip it out the wall. I can just teleport to it. So, this woman, Vera, she's Mr. Misham's daughter, right? No, their last name is Misham. No, you... Wow. Did you steal only Trucy's brain cells? Maybe. Yep, a real sickly girl ever since she was little. Hardly ever went outside. Oh, is that why they're all locked up together? Because she's, like, mega germaphobe?
She did kind of give off a withdrawn sort of aura.
You can see auras? That's not very scientific. She was homeschooled by her father, apparently. It was quite a scene when they took her into the detention center. She was screaming about how she'd die if they took her outside. Oh gosh. That does sound like a scene. In the end, she agreed to leave if she was allowed her good luck charm for company.
Her good luck charm? The most vital piece of evidence? Because she sketched the killer?
Apparently. She has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside. Why can't I ever get a normal client? I mean, you kind of did with Waki. Really? Waki was the most normal? Yeah, he was just some punk kid. Nothing strange about that. He had a bullet in his heart. Accidents happen. Ugh.
But why would a shut-in daughter kill her own, father?
Don't look at me. I totally haven't killed anyone. So, about the poison. It was found to be in his coffee, right? No, not precisely.
Not precise? What does that mean?
It means see for yourself, I think. Like I said, last night was the first time someone from the outside came into the studio. I guess mysterious painters who never go outside make for good articles. And it just so happened that he died the night of his first interview. At around 9 p.m. every night. My gosh. Why is just one side of his hair all poofed up like that? It is ridiculous. Could be immunodeficient. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. or suspected immunodeficiency. But then there's the issue of just they deal with paints. Paints are one of the most germy things you can deal with. Because you'd think, oh, it's in a sealed bottle, it's fine. No, to make the paint, you gotta do a lot of shit to it. And a lot of exotic paints are just like raw minerals. Rife with germs.
Well, when it's the charm, it's probably mental.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. He was paranoid that she's immunodeficient. She isn't, but because she doesn't know any better, or a life outside, she, you know, acts like that. It's like a bubble boy. Vera always made him a cup of coffee. You people really got sidetracked with chat. Last night, he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill.
And he died? She poisoned him on the night of his interview? Wouldn't the reporter see?
He wasn't near Mr. Mishima when she brought her father his coffee. He was checking out some equipment in the back of the room. Supposedly, that's why she didn't notice he was there. It was the reporter who called the police, in fact. Wait, but why is she the suspect? If anyone is suspicious, it's the reporter! Yet, the reporter never got near Mr. Misham's coffee. Even Vera acknowledged that. Regardless, I want to know more about this reporter. Forensic science. I bet Emma could help us out here.
Don't forget, flattery will get you everywhere with her, Apollo.
Huh? What are you two whispering about? Well, I was thinking... Why are you doing your Chords of Steel? Because! Flattery! I mean, what is it we always do when we run into you at a crime scene? What is it we always do scientifically?
Ah, you know me too well. Okay.
Okay, meaning we can get, scientific now?
Scientific.
Just this once. Bring me anything you find suspicious, and I'll check it out. Emma, what about this painting? Oh, that? Quite good, isn't it? That's not what I wanted to ask you about. You want to examine it? Is that it? I'd be happy to let you if you had a good reason. But without that, sorry. I guess she wants us to do a little footwork on our own first. Emma, I was wondering if you could take a look at this. Look, I'm a detective. A detective! You can't just ask me about any old thing and expect an answer, okay? I think you need to be a little more focused in your inquiries. Scientific, even. Scientific, even better. Somehow I knew she'd get around to scientific. Emma, but what about this? Oh, that, yes! Like, that's a bright red envelope! She sure is jumpy.
Someone opened this, didn't they?
My lips are sealed, unlike that envelope. Your lips are sealed? That's a first. You mean, you know what's inside the envelope? Sure, I read it after all.
Ah!
You mean you were the one who ripped this open? Please. I would have steamed it open. But she did sneak a peek at it, apparently. Know that I have a powerful weapon on my side.
Weapon?
Yes. The use of tools. Highly specialized tools for information gathering. Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on. You should try flattering her, Apollo. I see a little praise can open big doors. Never learned that one. That's good advice. Let's try talking to her some more. About that envelope we found. I was wondering if you could help us out with that tool you were mentioning. You want to know about my tool, don't you? Why'd you say it like that? It's called an X-ray analyzer.
X-ray, like X-rays you get at the dentist?
That's right.
At least, that's what I call it. Huh? It has a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization something. How am I supposed to remember all that? So basically, it lets you see inside things, like envelopes. That's right. You're sharp, Trucy. But it's a bit more complicated than that. In practice, of course. Actually, to tell the truth, I'm not sure how it works scientifically. Can I try it out, Emma? Please? I suppose. Of course. I've already checked out everything suspicious myself. Alright! Let's give it a spin, Apollo.
What are you doing?
Oh, just seeing if I could see through your hair. But it's like lead.
Point that thing at me anymore and it might all fall out.
Then I wouldn't need an X-ray machine to see through it.
Let's just get down to business, shall we?
Right. Let's test it on a sample first. It just so happens that I have a lottery ticket here. You set the sample in the device like so.
I don't see anything.
Patience. There's no need to get all antsy. Look at the right side of the screen. That's the layer view of the envelope. Layer view? You've got to set it to display the outside of the envelope now. See? Actually, it's quite quicker to just have you give it a try. Turn the dial with arrows for me, would you? That's right. How about you choose what depth you want to scan? Hey, I got something! See? That's how you can read the letter on the ticket inside. Cool, huh? Except, I can't read them. My gosh, Shu Takumi and people who can't read. What is his business? Just turn the dial a little more. What you have to understand is that a sheet of paper isn't really flat at all. When you zoom in that much, you see the paper like a bunch of hills and valleys. Wow, really? This X-ray device uses a beam with a wavelength of only 0.05 microns. It breaks cards down into thin layers so you can only show what's written on that layer.
I'm not entirely following you. But what good is it if you can't read anything?
That's why we go on to step 2. Try rubbing the image a little bit, if you would. Rubbing? Like going over the image with while holding... Please tell me I can grab this. Okay. There. That fixes the image on the screen. Now, turn the dial again just a little. Good. Now you can rub this image to fix it too. Hey, I get it. We'll just keep doing this until we get the whole thing. Exactly. Not bad. Let's do some more. This sounds like a little creature. Okay, let's print this one out. Woohoo! I'm a big winner! See? This is the true hidden power of my weapon. Neat. Huh. Now, let's try out the real thing, shall we? Okay, let's print this one out. Mr. Drew Misham, I've deposited $1,000 in the designated account. Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. My God, he's a furry commissionist! I knew it! That's why he made a puffer fish. I thought you said it was a porcupine fish. No. Someone deposited a big number into Mr. Misham's account? His paintings must be really valuable. There's another page in there. Care to take a look? You bet I do. If you're gonna read someone's mail, you might as well read it all. Here goes with the second page, then. Vera can't talk outside her fox suit. How? Oh. This is, like, much faster than doing it with the mouse, but it's also super unwieldy. Much faster. Okay, let's print this one. Jesus Christ, how fast was that? Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. So it was a letter about payment for one of his paintings? Why all the secrecy, though? And what? Why was this letter the only one in there? It's 7 years old, right? Yeah, maybe it had some special significance to him? The first furry commission. You always remember your first. Well, Emma? I know nothing about furries. No, well, indeed. She knows something she's not telling us. Looks like she's keeping mum about it. Okay, the fact he uses mum, is Apollo supposed to be British? To be like the fact that he's not from here? But then it's like everyone's British. Emma, what about this mug? There's a pale blue residue on the rim. Well, it's just a rumor. But I've heard there's a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain. I guess I did this in the wrong order? I'm pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma. Right? Yeah? No. Okay, you got me. That's left over from my testing spray. Forensic science? I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma. It's not a hobby. It's a lifestyle to be a furry. We weren't talking about furries. Moving on. So what kind of scientific stuff were you up to then? This whole case, the inside joke is going to be furries, isn't it? This spray, that's what turns blue when it touches poison. So, the poison that killed the victim was on this mug? That's right. See? It wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Wow! Science is amazing! This is like that one thing in the Sherlock Holmes movie of where they filled a copper bathtub with a certain kind of residue that was invisible until the water hit it at the highest enough point and then killed the person. Like black magic.
That was certainly helpful. Maybe Emma'd be willing to help us out a bit more.
Maybe you should try buttering her up, Apollo. They say flattery will get you everywhere.
It's certainly worth talking to her about a bit more. About poison analysis.
I was afraid you were going to ask about that. See, this solution is used to test for atroquinine. Atroquinine, the deadly poison found in the autopsy.
Uh-oh. I know that's sparking her eyes. She's getting excited. Best tread lightly.
It's one of the most virulent poisons, but is absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. Oh, and guess what? Recent research has shown
That's fine. Really, we don't need to know that it comes from cocoons.
I think I get it. You just spray this stuff on something and you want to test, right? Precisely. You can even find the slightest trace of poison with this. I want to try it too, Emma. Pretty please. You don't have to ask twice. I already used it on everything suspicious, of course. Yay! Let's give it a whirl, Apollo.
Ah! What are you doing?
I was just seeing if it got a reaction off you.
How's this for a reaction? Never do that! I'm not poisonous!
Tell that to those hapless witnesses on the stand.
Let's just get down to checking for real poison, shall we? My eye! I'm guessing I have to spray the coffee cup first. Oh. How precise do I have to be?
Too bad. No reaction there.
I'm sure Emma checked out all the likely spots. Wait a second.
What is it, Apollo?
Did you spray that little desk over there?
I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far, you know? Let's check it out.
Let's check it out, just to be sure, and don't steal my lines.
Ah.
You are supposed to kind of give up. Ah! It's glowing!
Even closer. Ah! A reaction, Apollo!
What? Where? Where?
The inside of that cute little frame. Look! Well, would you look at that? Nice going, Trucy. I'm known to work magic.
Never mind that I was the one who found it.
inside of that frame have poison on it.
It looks like we found the only other place that was poisoned in any case. So, Emma, I was wondering, what's the story about this reporter that came here for a story the night of the crime? Ah, I'm afraid I can't tell you because I'm going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear.
I thought so.
I'll never forget that face. What was his name?
Oh,
Right.
what? He's a reporter now?
No. Brushel. Wow. I wonder if this was an artistic case. Are all the, like, jurors gonna be different paint mediums? Like Oilsley and Spraysworth? Or something like that?
Brushel.
He's after a scoop to sell to those papers. So, a reporter comes for an interview with a painter. His first interview ever, and that night, he's killed. Seems strange to you?
Really strange.
It does raise a few questions. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could. Well, I hear he's on the beat today, too. He said something about covering a magician. Magician? Well, if it's not Trucy, that leaves only one other person in this entire city.
It wasn't Valent Gramier by any chance, was it?
Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up, I hear. So, he's out interviewing Valent Gramier. Looks like I'll be heading to that Coliseum again sooner than I thought. Here, I'll give you that reporter's card if you want. Now I'm curious. Oh, this is also Athena. Looks like you have to take this back part off first to put a photo inside.
It'd have to be a really small photo to fit in there.
True. And that pale bluish stain. Why would there be poison on something like this?
Well, there's only one obvious reason. Whoever put poison in the coffee rubbed a bit on here, too.
That's not very obvious, Trucy.
Spin.
Alright.
I guess you gotta have a good business card if you work freelance.
Really? What's this? A camera lens finder?
Do reporters take photos, too?
I guess if he's freelance, he'd have to.
Maybe you should try being a prosecutor and a defense attorney. You'd always win.
Why don't I become a rock star too while I'm at it? Me. The fuck is going on back here?
Top dollar for information.
We can't even check it out to get their commentary on it. Hey, Sky. Emma, I was wondering if you could take a look at this. Look, I'm a detective, yada yada. There's no bloody thing on this. Yep, no more talking points. Will you talk about this one? Oh, I was wondering about this painting here. Ah! That one? What about it? What about it?
Yeah, what about it, Apollo?
Take a closer look at it. Both of you. Now, look at this one. This is the third painting he was working on.
Hey, they're the same!
I was hoping you wouldn't find that. You're right, though.
Yeah.
No, Drew Misham was copying this painting.
Wow, it's pretty good.
Copying a painting? What for? Emma, what about this painting?
Oh, that?
Quite good, isn't it? Hey, we're supposed to have a new line of dialogue.
Nope, you haven't done the right flag to do this yet.
I cannot move the mouse while in the green zone. Hey, I can get here. From here. October 7th. Sunshine Coliseum.
Woohoo! This is it, Apollo! The place where magic and dreams converge!
Just a while ago, it was the place where murder and nightmares converged.
Let's go and say hi to Uncle Valent!
What about the case?
Only a performer laughs like that.
Ah, the young Miss Trucy. How often I hoped we'd meet again, only to tell myself it was an impossible dream.
Uncle Valent, how's it going? I'm glad to see you too.
Of course you are.
Humility is definitely not one of his stronger traits.
Well, Miss Trucy, how does the day find you? If you've come to give me flowers, do it after the show. I beg you.
Actually, we came to wish you good luck. And congratulations on your magic show.
You already figured out I'm the killer. Fuck. Oh? But it was I who wished to congratulate you. Not everyone is so lucky to have witnessed miracles such as one I shall perform.
Yeah, you're amazing. We get the picture.
No, literally, it's not as fun to be the magician on stage as it is to be the audience. Because I have to do all the work. You just prosper from it. The world will watch in wonderment as magnifies illusions are born. Here on stage, by my hand.
The big magic show.
Everyone's talking about the big magic show. Is it true that Gremier Miracle is back after a 7-year absence?
Why'd you say it like that? Why'd you say it like that?
No reason.
Miss Trucy, I must apologize. This show and this honor should have been his.
Papa.
My co-magician in training, Zach Gremier. If that terrible thing hadn't.
It's okay.
Your father was a great magician, Trucy. If he were alive, then I, Valen Gremier, would have been proud to stand upon this stage as his assistant.
Thanks, Uncle Valent, but were you saying he was in your training?
Yes, but I'm getting old.
You know, I'm happy you're doing the show. To think we get to see the great Magnifies illusions again!
She really is looking forward to this, isn't she? I need to make sure that I am still relevant.
My mentor, the magnificent Magni Gremier, was a true Gremier was a true deity among magicians. A creator god who gave birth to magic and illusions that defied our very imaginations.
I was so little when I last saw one, but I still remember his shows. He did wheelies in a sports car through the air above the audience. And then he sped off to outer space faster than the speed of sound.
I'm guessing that memory was a bit embellished.
For 7 long years, the world has been waiting for a miracle to match his. And as heir to the Gremier Troop's secret, it falls to me to provide one. It is my God-given destiny.
You sure you ain't the bad guy?
I totally am going to have a breakdown later when his heart breaks. Yes, you, nameless face who speaks for the nameless masses. How can I help you?
If the world was waiting, why did you hold off for 7 long years?
It appears the lad is uninformed. Perhaps you should have heard of the magic known as law, which has governed our lands.
I have, though I'm not sure it qualifies as magic.
It's bullshit. That means it's magic. The performance of Magnifie's miracle was impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more.
Are you gonna crash the case?
We're going to fucking crash the case. Ha ha!
7 years. Phrase sure likes to pop up, doesn't it? Yeah, 7 years ago. That's almost 12 years ago.
And why was that?
A little matter called performance rights, Miss Trucy. You know, copyright law. We can't use the name Herlock Sholmes, so we'll have to use a fake one, like Sherlock Holmes. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it?
Can you tell us about these performance rights?
Magnifie's magic relied on an incredible, innovative idea. A trick, if you will. That trick was considered his property, and as such, was protected by property laws.
Intellectual property? Maybe.
Magnifie knew this and bequeathed it in his will to one person.
You mean
Him? Yes. Miss Trucy, it was your father. Zach Gramier was the inheritor of the Gramier miracle.
Papa.
Jesus. Yet, as you well know, he is gone. He disappeared suddenly 7 years ago.
I think I see where this story is going. Once a person is classified missing for a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased, correct?
In all absoluteness, those rolled-up sleeves conceal your competence well, young man. That certain period of time, which of you speak, is 7 years. Yes, Miss Trucy, though it pains me to say it, this past spring, April to be precise, was the time your father was legally declared deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secrets of our mighty mentor Magnifie passed to me. This was, in fact, stipulated in the will by Magnifie himself.
You know, I wonder if Trucy is legally allowed to do it. Or is that why she has to be under rights care, so that way she's no longer a Gramier and legally it goes to the next Gramier instead of next of kin? Because there isn't any next of kin labeled at Gramier.
Is that how it works, Apollo?
Yeah, it's called death in absentia. He's declared missing permanently.
Papa.
Yo, we paid £70 for this fucker.
Quite a scam, isn't it? A challenge, is it? You want me to make that disappear? Very well, give it to me.
No thanks. All magicians like this?
Apollo? What was that look just now?
I was just thinking how hard it is to get any information out of magicians. They've changed the sign since our last case.
It's been 3 months. They can take down a sign in 3 months. It was all Gaviniers back then, wasn't it?
I hope nothing bizarre and mysterious happens this time.
But it shall! Why, the show itself will be bizarre and mysterious, I assure you. Or $2 back.
Not 70?
No. No refunds. Beyond $3.
But you said you'd give us $2.
Yes, the $1 is if in case someone dies. Aaron gets $1. But it looks like a 7 when we print it on.
Don't have a problem with mystery as long as it's legal.
I don't think lawyers and magicians were really meant to have conversations like this.
And why do you stick around? dog. Evil creature. Hey, that creature there. He was handing out balloons during our last case, too.
It's not a creature, Apollo. Poor guy.
Oh, sorry. Was I mean somehow?
You know how hot it is inside one of those suits? He's stuck in there with only the smell of his own sweat to keep him company. On the verge of passing out, he hands out each balloon as though it were his last.
Kind of takes the fun out of being the Blue Badger. He knew what it was. He just called it a creature because it fucking is. That creature over there.
That thing?
Yeah, the Blue Badger.
But you know its name?
It's a guy in a fursuit.
It continues.
So who would want their persona to be a fucking Blue Badger? That's sad. Hey, it was the only fursuit I could buy. They were really cheap for some reason. Something about a murder inside one of these?
Look, Apollo, a balloon, a hot air balloon.
It's almost the same condensed as your head.
The fuck does that mean?
You're airheaded.
Oh, rude.
With the Grammair's seal on it, no less. Well, you can't see all of it, but I assure you it is there. Well, this is a long-awaited revival, after all. And it's been 7 years, you know. I've spent plenty of time and a pretty penny on a promotion.
I hope it's a huge success, Uncle Valen.
Oh, and I intend it to be nothing less, I assure you. Murder brings in all the money. They both sure seem excited about it. I guess it's a big deal for magicians. Cops can be furries too. I'm not even gonna interact with that. You know, I thought this at the time of the Gavaneers concert too, but this Coliseum is just way too big. It's huge.
It's got a big sounding name too. Sunshine Coliseum, was it?
Would you like to hear what the grand finale of the show in 3 days will be?
What? Really? Yeah! Yeah!
The grand finale will be nothing other than... Don't tell me you're gonna make the Coliseum disappear, right?
What? I'm not. He is.
Oops. Looked like I was right.
No, you're Justice.
I'm going to fucking kill you. You'll be the test trial.
Apollo! I can't believe you use your powers of perception on something like this.
It was just a wild guess. Really. Man, that fucking pissed him off.
When I first saw this, I'm sure it was like, whoo, 7 years, such a long time. Now it's my favorite game on DS. It was like 8 years ago.
Switch? The Switch was not 7 years ago. No. No, I'm looking that up. No, I'm so no. Nintendo Switch release date. Mother! No! No! Yeah, it says March 3rd.
Damn, how did you have that on hand?
March 3rd, 2017. Worldwide release. Fuck! Oh! It also shows when the Xbox One came out. Oh, that was 2013? Oh! Ah! Okay, I need to get away from the cursed Google result. Ah! Ah! I remember being excited for the Xbox One. I remember playing Titanfall on release. Oh no! It was only a few years ago.
3DS shuts down next month. Less than 2 weeks. Damn! That's It's a shame.
New subject to talk to him about, you fucking bitch. You're not supposed to reveal the magic.
I just guessed the trick. I didn't say how it'd be done.
But now I can't surprise people.
You were going to tell us anyway.
I need to be the most important. I am the heart. I am the beating heart of magic.
Seriously. I was wondering if you could tell me about this.
Aha! Why, that bears the Gramier seal.
Uncle Valent, is something wrong?
Trucy, where did you get this? This is like half my breakdown hose. I'm totally not the killer.
Huh? Papa gave it to me.
Your papa?
No, the other Papa. Notice how I say Papa for Mr. Right, and I say Papa when I talk about Zach.
Why not? Why would your Lord Papa?
Lord Papa? Some kind of stretching the whole archaic thing a bit.
His signature upon the back. Do you recognize it? That belongs to none other than Zach Gramier.
What? Papa signed this? See, there's a difference.
Might I be so bold as to open it?
I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that.
Huh? You're using your cords of steel against me? What the fuck?
What's in this envelope, I want?
I have idea.
He's going to cry while listening to Abracadabra by the Stephen Miller Band.
I have no idea what that is. But as soon as I say that, someone after stream is gonna send me exactly that. Hey, Emma, I was wondering if you could take a look at it. Look, I'm a detective. You haven't clicked the flag yet because you forgot to talk to Gramier about the final bubble. I did, didn't I? No? Okay.
A challenge is it? Yada yada yada. Fuck you. No. Ow!
No thoughts head empty. So, a journalist was here on a story.
All eyes in the universe are upon my stage. All pens seek to commit its mysteries to paper.
Is his name was Brushel.
Yeah, Brushel.
I think he remembers him. He doesn't look too happy about it.
Brushel. That cloying smell of mint when he smiles. Yes.
Could you tell us more about him? What did he want?
Oh, now there's the extra bubble.
Step up one and all. I'll make your taxes, X photos, whatever you want, disappear.
That skips a bit. Yeah.
A man by that name called on me just now.
Just now?
Valent's vision is always towards tomorrow. Valent's feet step always forward. That is all.
That's all? Very confusing.
I am to perform a big magic show. Yes. I wanted someone to cover it. Yet he had ears only for that incident.
That incident.
In any case, I requested that the rapacious reporter remove himself. So a painter has died. What of it? It is but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic of Gramier.
Uncle Valent! Do you know where the reporter went?
I recommended he visit that place popular with penalized perpetrators.
The detention center?
He was a rude individual. Might I see that card?
Yeah, sure.
He would tear apart my respectability. I will tear apart him.
Oh, here it comes, Apollo. Uncle Valen's big magic trick.
Is he going to fix the card? Sure not. I'm not sure that qualifies as big magic.
What?
What happened to the big magic?
It is not more miraculous for it to stay ripped.
You must have really not liked that journalist.
Now, the time has come when I must return to make my prestigious preparations. By your leave, Miss Trucy.
Thanks, Uncle Valent.
3 days from now, make ready for a miracle.
What do you think that journalist was after? And why did Valent react like that to this envelope?
I think it's time to pay the detention center another visit.
Yo. Oh, it's all ripped up. I can't show it to no one. October 7th, detention center, visitors room.
I think I hear what you're saying. We're all doing it for the money, and
No, not at all.
Looks like someone's already meeting here.
maybe that reporter?
Oh my...
Hi there! How are you doing? Who might you be?
Oh my gosh, I thought the caricature on the back was, like, wrong? Sorry, we didn't know someone was already here. I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Talk about a nervous monkey.
You're Justice? You?
You know me?
Do I know you? Of course I know you! Stares down witnesses on the stand till they spill beans. End quote.
That's not true. What's he writing?
Are you a reporter by any chance? Oh, you're Trucy! Am I famous? Oh yeah! Trucy Wright hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in her panties. End quote. That's not true! Just hold on to your britches there. I'll wrap up this interview in a jiffy.
Oh, this guy. He's giving himself a Triforce tattoo.
Interview? So, guard, I think I know what's going on here. Guarding rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote.
No! How many times do I have to tell you this? Look, I've got work to do. You deal with him.
Did you come here to interview the guard? Ooh-wee, what a pickle. Yeah, pickles are disgusting, though. Yeah, accused wouldn't talk. Had to interview someone or go plumb crazy. End quote. Huh?
I should have guessed.
Where's my manners? Name's Brushel. Spark Brushel. I'm not picky. Journalists just close his eyes. Rights. End quote. What? What did that one mean?
What's that nauseating strong mint smell every time he grins?
It's his teeth. Look at them. Look at his teeth. Until you've been interviewed by me, you don't know what thrilling is. Wild route through crossroads of mayhem, madness, end quote.
I can see that. He's writing something again.
He doesn't care about his stories. He just writes. Who cares?
I wanted to go on AO3, but that's not been invented yet, so I just have to do this and bug people.
Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something.
Did you fuck up the word reporter? Here, I'll write that down. Phoenix Wright says reporter.
I'm not Phoenix Wright. I'm Apollo Justice.
In the next game, you're called Phoenix Wright.
No, he just stole the title.
Oh, what a shame. Sad boy. Yeah, maybe we'll have to get some cooperation on that last one. Spark Brushel.
So, Mr. Brushel, you're a journalist?
Oh, me? I'm a caricature. Look, let me state one thing for the record here.
Yeah?
I'm the interviewer. You understand? Yeah? I'm the one asking the questions here. End quote.
Oh. Oh, is he supposed to be like references galore?
I just have to pretend my fanfics are news and get them published. My favorite Mega Man X villain, Spark Brushel.
I know nothing about Mega Man, so that falls on deaf ears.
For instance, you think a movie director watches movies?
Well, I think he probably does.
Exactly. I knew you'd understand.
Huh? Night of the crime. So, the night of the murder, were you at Drew's studio?
Who, me? Look, let me state one thing for the record.
Yeah?
I may look calm and collected, but I'm busy, real busy, always on the road. Journalist always buys one-way tickets, never looks back. End quote.
I can understand that philosophy, but
You want to know the thing about one-way tickets? Once you use them, they're gone. End quote. All because you have to give them to the guy at the airport.
true enough. But don't they give normal tickets away too?
Exactly. See, it's the same thing.
What is... You're scaring Drusy!
Ugh. Interview.
So, you went to do a story on Drew Misham, and he never had a story done about him before?
That's right. Look, let me say one thing for the record here.
What?
I'm sure you're going to want to know about my source. What tipped me off to Drew? Why do the interview in the first place?
Well, yeah. Why isn't Apollo talking? Is it because they don't want to keep him on screen for too long?
Because he'll burn into your screen. I'm a creepypasta. Look, it's like, oh, I've got it. Say there's this burger joint with fabulous ketchup. You think the burger guy's gonna tell me where he got it?
At the supermarket, maybe?
Exactly. See, that's what I'm talking about.
I think I may actually have understood that one.
Well, there's nothing I can talk about, really. Walls have ears, eyes, especially glass walls with speakers. End quote.
Right. Yeah? No. No. Guess we'll have to leave then.
Ah, but since you're here, might as well tell you a tidbit of news I just saw.
He is not looking at me! No! No!
But I am looking. I'm inside.
No!
Just for the heck of it.
Sure, tell us! Just for the heck of it.
I remember it like it was yesterday. I'd seen a movie on a trip and wandered into this burger place with amazing ketchup when an article in a tabloid caught my eye. Famous oil painting stolen from art dealer's gallery. End quote, I believe it was.
Oh my gosh, he gets worse? What the heck was that portrait? What was that? An oil painting?
Happens every day, right? But I thought I'd seen that painting somewhere before. A painting of a giant peach floating down a river.
Someone stole an oil painting of a giant peach.
Journalists can smell scoop better than burgers. End quote.
What the frick? I wonder if you could, like, examine the room and go over here and be like, she's hiding under the table.
I'm sure this ticket philosophy will hold up in court.
Okay, so, was it this one?
Ah, right. Let me go on the record here. Yeah? I know what you're going to say. Marshall, take this. Write brilliant column. End quote.
I don't think so.
Look, buddy, I write brilliant columns about one thing. And that's food.
What? But what's with all the art get up then? Though, it would make sense that this guy is like a food reviewer with the frickin' chompers, the constant brushing of his teeth.
Did you know that the Mona Lisa was stolen because it was the least remarkable? And no one noticed for days, but then people assumed it was stolen because it was the best, and the papers made it famous.
Yes, I do know that the Mona Lisa was just a normal painting. And then once it was stolen, it's like, oh my gosh! To make people care about it. And then it was like put on a single magazine, and then everyone knew about it. And then the little mystery came out of just like, what is her expression? And people started to analyze it, and now it's one of the most famous paintings in the world.
Now that's food. I said that already, but you went on a monologue. Try to understand.
What could he possibly be writing? He didn't listen to a word I said.
Ah, right. Let me go on the record here.
Yeah?
This is the fail state. End quote. Look at my face.
Can we make this guy the murderer, please? I don't like him. At all.
What big teeth you have. The better to review with, my dear.
And Red Riding Hood said, quote, what big teeth you have, end quote. And the grandmother replied, quote, the better to review with, my dear, end quote.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can present to him. There's nothing to talk to him about. I think we just go back to the studio and go, hey, we met the weird fucker.
October 7th. No, get out of here. No, I'm trying to find a scoop. Please, just let me part of your party.
No.
Quote, please, end quote.
Wait, if you quote a please, does that mean it's not genuinely coming out of your mouth? You're just quoting someone who said it and you're trying to get the genuine thing from that instance?
Damn, you're good.
Ah! Well, how'd it go? Find anything? We found the weirdest man. That's a high bar in this city. Just wait till the next game, where people are modeled in 3D. Actually, there was one thing I wanted to check with you. But what's with that scary face you're making? What's with the I know something but I'm not telling face you've got going on, Emma? Okay. Oh, great. His little face is right there, too. She's 19. The defendant accused of poisoning her father, Emma Skye. She's more important than the victim. Drew Misham, painter known for his illustrations, poisoned at Drew Studio. Look at his eyes. Jeez. Oh gosh, Chad is going nuts with just doing it. Let me put him on screen while I do these.
and, quote, Little Red Riding Hood said, quote, what big ears you have, end quote. And the grandmother, quote, said, the better to hear scoops with, my dear, end quote. And then Little Red Riding Hood said, quote, what big eyes you have, end quote. And the grandmother replied, quote, the better to read tickets, end quote.
His eyes are an artistic choice. Everything about this man is an artistic choice.
Valent is only 44, which means he'd be 37 7 years ago.
Spark Marshall, freelance journalist, can smell a scoop from miles away. Ugh.
Jesus, I don't like him. He scares me. Emma, I was wondering if you could take a look at this. Look, no, you hit the failsafe. You thought of a different thing, Apollo.
I did?
Emma, about this painting. Oh, that? Quite good. What?
Little Red Riding Hood said, quote, what big nose you have, end quote. And the wolf replied, quote, the better for smelling scoops from miles away, end quote. I'm the big bad wolf. And these paintings are the three houses.
Isn't that a Fire Emblem game?
No,
What? Why are you here?
because the voice is too infectious. I'm actually Trucy right now. Woohoo! Yippee!
Ah! I'd be happy to let you if you had a good reason. Yada, yada, yada. Wait, what the frick am I supposed to do?
I am the wolf. I ate the poison. It was me.
I can't present people to her, so I can't say, hey, we met the fucker. Wait, what am I supposed to do now? Your voice makes him way more endearing than he actually is.
Oh, well, thank you. But that's because I don't want to give him his real voice.
Seriously, what the hell am I supposed to do? Oh, I guess that was it. Let me read all that. This painting came from behind that dresser. Ah, yeah. So, it was stolen. No. I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out. But that's how I progress the game! Do you think you could tell me a bit about this? I suppose. It's what you think. Drew Mashem was a forger. A forger? Oh, he is a sham. I wonder if the next AA will be fully voiced. No idea. His real voice is just typewriter noises. That's funny.
End quote.
That would be a very interesting character design. Kind of like Banjo-Kazooie, but instead of wah, 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 it's like different sounds of machines. And I imagine like an old crotchety machine would just sound like a typewriter. Maybe that's why they didn't step outside. They'd be recognized from wanted posters.
So, what exactly is a forager?
I so want to make the joke, but I haven't seen it in a while, so I can't think of anything relevant. But it's just like a forager is a specific assortment of a strange family: one assassin, one spy, and a psychic toddler. The fact that it also relates to people who fake paintings is also a coincidence.
Well, basically, it's someone who makes forgeries. Fakes, in other words. Fakes? Is he a fox?
You're playing too much Animal Crossing, Trucy.
I swear I'd never play it again.
Copies of an original. Exact copies, so precise you can't tell them apart.
Well, why not just photocopy them?
The big problem with forgeries is that people try to sell them as the real article. It's a crime, of course.
So, Drew Masham was...
A criminal? I'm afraid so. He received money to create elaborate forgeries. To supplement his works in illustrations, I guess. I see. Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place. What do you mean? When you're trying to determine if a painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue.
So, the rough sketch is like practice for the real thing.
Like doing a magic trick in front of a mirror before you go on stage. But not in the case of forgeries. Not necessarily, anyway. You know what the finished product is going to look like after all.
Oh yeah, I guess you would.
That's why I brought this. I'm going to use it to see what's under the painting of the finished pieces. I get it now. Not that I really needed to go to such lengths, seeing as one of the paintings was only half finished anyway.
Still, it'd be neat to see Mr. Masham's rough sketches. Kind of like what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking.
True. That would be interesting, and maybe valuable for our case.
You should try buttering her up, Apollo. I keep saying this because that's the joke.
The art market is completely corrupt.
I assure you, no one's making forgeries of furry art. They're all making forgeries of NFTs, but that's not part of the art market. That's part of the crypto market, which is bullshit.
Friday will get you everywhere, they say.
Yeah, and they keep saying it. Oh, now I gotta present. Boop. I kind of wanted to see the rough sketch under this painting. And I was wondering if your tool there might do the trick.
Oh, fine, fine. Just this time, though. Let's check it out!
Not digital. Like the real world art market. Then transferred to NFTs. Rich people buying canvases for money laundering.
Yep. And because that got more stricter, that's why NFTs became a thing. To get around that. That new law that actually stopped that. What the heck is going on here? Okay, let's print this one out. Oh my goodness. A man on fire on top of it. Is this an artistic rendition of Claver?
The Pac-Man of forensic data.
What the heck?
Wow! He really blows. The finished painting isn't anything like the rough. Devices like mine didn't exist until recently. He probably thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted to be for the rough. What do you mean? Well, in the past, you could analyze the composition of a rough sketch. Composition? In other words, the traces of charcoal between the paint and the canvas. So you could tell if there had been a rough sketch. But not what it looked like. Ah, I think I follow you. So, in essence, it wouldn't matter what was under the finished painting. Some pros would actually paint out a rough sketch entirely, then do a complete new painting on top of that. So, Mr. Masham was drawing whatever he wanted before painting over them? Possibly. Is there a problem with that? Not particularly, but something about the sketch itself feels kinda odd. You're awfully silent all of a sudden, Apollo. You think we could check out one of the other paintings? Well, sure. You like this detection stuff, don't you?
This is where you find the funny. This is where you find the furry NSF orcs.
Oh no, not the pufferfish. No!
He thought no one would find.
Huh? Wait, these are the crimes! What? This one too.
What's wrong, Apollo? You look so serious all of a sudden.
You think I could look at the last one of these?
Fine by me. Knock yourself out.
What? Cryptid spotted. Yes, Mr. Eldon is a cryptid.
Hey kid, you wanna buy some endless noodles? You'll get lost in the sauce.
I do like it when the Ace Attorney games get to their final case and get very conspiratorial. Just like everything's connected. It's very fun, and it feels like the whole game was leading up to a point. It's very satisfying when it's like every other case has led up to this. Reporter man knew all about Oh yeah. Yeah. What's going on? Wait. And it's not just anything. These were the moments of the murder. Yeah, look, there's a finger here. There's a person there.
Except for case 3. Never case 3.
What do you mean? Case 3 was last case, and that one was fine. That one is the one that makes us suspect about Gavin. Well, Claver Gavin, to be specific, because we saw Christoph Gavin at the start of this. Oh. This is the perspective of the victim. Because that's supposed to be Phoenix right across the table.
Case 3 is usually the least relevant. Yeah, maybe not this game, but the bit. The bit, girl.
The bit. What the heck is all this? I hesitate to ask why you're getting so excited.
You sure your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation?
Trucy, look at all these sketches. Do you notice anything?
They're all...
Now you're both white as sheets. What's going on? These sketches. Are
are of the 3 cases I worked on.
What?
The murder in the poker room at the Borched Bowl Club. The dead man pulling the noodle stand. And then the events that transpired during the Gavaneers concert.
What could it mean? How could he have drawn those things? And why?
That's what I want to know.
Wait, is Drew Masham your father?
Give me a break. Does that seem even remotely possible to you? I'd never heard of any Drew Masham before. I hadn't even seen a picture of him. But there were my cases, drawn on his canvas. Every single one of them. When you say every single one of them, it's like, oh, that sounds like a lot. It was 3. It's 3. It's 3 of them. It's not that many. It couldn't have been a coincidence. Just who was this Drew Masham? And what did he have to do with me?
To be continued. It's been 2 hours. Well, 2 hours and 22 minutes to be specific. But, oh man, I'm going. I know that it's like every time I've taken a gamble, we've had a 5-hour stream, but oh my gosh, I want to see where this goes! Good to do the next chapter? Yes! Is Drew your father? Don't be ridiculous! Was his mom pre-transition? Is the whole family trans? That's not a thing. October 8th, 9:48 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 6. Yeah, good morning. Chat thinks you're my sister. The twist. All right, Shyamalan. All right, calm down.
So, you're Vera, right? I'm Trucy. Trucy Wright. That's right, with a W. Not right, right? The writers had too much fun with that. What'd you say? We're on your side. You can tell us anything. Please? Good morning.
Ah! Yeah, she speaks!
Not bad, not bad. But I think you do better with a little smile, you know? You should smile more.
Jesus Christ, what is up with this case?
You're so pretty. You need to sell yourself,
You know... Trucy! Let's take it easy for starters and get away from that subject. Jesus Christ.
You're not even Catholic. Why did you say Jesus Christ? Thank you for taking my case. That's the worst art I've ever seen.
The best thing to do with a nonverbal person is yell in excitement at them when they talk. I can't tell if that's sarcasm.
Okay, well, that's a start, I guess.
And she's apparently doing her nails again.
The fuck? There she goes with the nail polish again. That doesn't look like nail polish. That looks like... What is that? Joke. Okay, good.
That's great. Really, it's so cultured. Want to try? Ooh, really? I wear gloves, but...
Girls.
Mm.
Look at her grip on that book. The victim, Drew Masham, was a forger. He was a sham. Oh, fuck. That's an unfortunate last name. The only way it could be more, like, obvious that he's a faker is his last name was Drew the Real Deal. The stolen painting was found in his studio. A life of crime, really. Maybe one that led to his death. October 8th. A few minutes later. Courtroom number 3. Dr. Real Doctor.
Well, we will now begin the trial of Vermisham.
Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy and he's looking all around nervous like.
The repercussions of today's trial would be most likely be felt for a long time, and may indeed alter our legal system forever.
He is Incuritus. That's immediately what I thought.
Today is a test of the juris system, and the first step towards a new order in our courts. Notice I was able to do Claver immediate second he showed up. I was practicing in the shower this morning.
Papa's secret mission.
The jurist will function like a jury. We really should call it the jury system, but we call it the juris system because there's only 6 of them, and each of them is to represent and hold a letter consistently. It is hoped their inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will.
Why aren't there any jurists in the courtroom?
3 closed-circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. The jurists have access to everything that transpires. Jurists, Judge Will, and Judge Kuhn.
What? What is he going on about? Also, they're not here because they didn't want to. They didn't know.
Are you saying I'm bad at reflecting the people's will? What the fuck, chat?
Oh, Judge now has a chat. The jury.
Now see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was going to say that. No, my apologies, Herr Judge. Jurists, today, judge today's trial coolly, if you would be so kind.
The jurists are unbound by the letter of the law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but their feelings. Ew. And we're about to find out just what effects they're gonna have.
Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. The details of the case, if you would.
He's telling the jurist to judge well.
Go on, be good. Come on. We need a 4-star for this game. 5-star is kind of ridiculous. It's only if you practice the case a few days. But we can do a 4-star first try, yeah. The victim is the painter Drew Masham. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned. By who, you ask? By none other than the defendant, Vara Masham.
Objection! There wasn't any poison in the coffee.
Someone has been doing their homework. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself. The mug? Residue was found on the rim, I see. The autopsy report describes the manner of our victim's death. The court accepts this as evidence.
Oh, jeez. I don't know what's going on, but my fan just kicked up and oh boy. Gary just spat out a lot of dust. What? Jeez, it's going over the screen. Ugh. That's nasty. By the way, Gary is what I call my PC. It's a long story.
Masham's autopsy report added to the court record.
Everyone wanted to say that, even the judge.
According to this report, the victim's death was caused by poisoning. A chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 mg. Milligrams, if you will. A touch of poison in the body is the touch of the Reaper's scythe. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, you may present your witness. And now the fact that the judge is on the screen, it is time to pull out the frickin' good drink. There we go, right into the mic. Arizona Fruit Punch. Great. Ah.
My drink of choice for voice acting because it's so tasty and it goes down smooth.
I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. A man who witnessed the murder in its entirety.
That journalist, no doubt.
The witness will state his name and occupation.
Oh. Right. Yeah. Well, for starters, my name is Spark Brushel. My job is a lone observer of the world.
In other words, a freelance journalist, right?
Ahem. If you don't mind, I'd like to state something for the record.
Yes, Mr. Bushel.
I dislike conclusions, specifically the aspect of jumping to conclusions. Preconceptions make parks sandboxes of endless desert waste, end quote.
But you are a journalist. You said it yourself yesterday.
Well, that's true. Yes, look at my teeth. You want to become one of my teeth? They're as big as a person. Big as a small woman. Strangely about your size as well. But you must understand, I stand before you today as a man with a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. Scoop turns Mr. Bushel into that Mr. Bushel, end quote.
No! Let's hear your testimony then, shall we? I am agreeing to no such one-sided contracts.
Yeah, sure. Case 4 will be real simple.
Yup.
Oh no. A simple case. Gavin, for me, the jury is still out.
A journalist story. I visited the studio around 9 that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the atelier. Journalistic history made, end quote. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. And you know what happened next? Star falls, end quote. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time.
That does sound like a simple case. Watch this go on for, 3 streams. Unless you were the one who poisoned him.
Whoa, what are you saying, Judge? Whoa!
Ahem. Need I remind you the cameras are rolling today? I felt the need to be a bit dramatic. You didn't do it, did you?
Me do a thing like that? Come on, that's like newsmaker making the news, end quote. Or even contemporary witch hunt, end quote. I know, wild accusations, rock courtroom, end quote.
Oh god, trying to switch between Claver and Bushel over there. Oh gosh, that was like a hurdle in my throat. Jesus Christ. Walk indeed.
Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun.
Oh gosh, the dust particles from the fan are floating all about. I hope they don't go in my drink. I don't want to drink my dead skin. Because that's what dust is. Just dead skin flaked off and float upon the breeze. I'm so happy for him.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Your cross-examination, please.
Oh boy, I sure hope that Val and Gramir and the judge never have to meet, because otherwise they'll notice that it's the same fucking voice in different registers.
9 at night. Isn't that a little late for an interview?
If the great painter Drew Misham says come at 9. Believe you me, I go at 9. The first, and as it turned out, last interview was such a prolific painter.
Right.
Yeah?
No. Can you tell us what it was like when you arrived?
The first outsider to enter the atelier.
How do you say that word? You were the first reporter ever in Drew's studio.
But, posterity will look back on that night as a turning point in my journalistic history. I stole Winston Payne's dictionary. A basically insignificant step for all mankind, but a giant step for that bushel guy. End quote.
If no one on the outside ever had access to the studio, then it would serve to reason that the deed was done by an insider.
By which he means Vera did it.
So, how did this epoch-making interview go?
His daughter brought us coffee, you know, with a big grin. She smiled. Nice.
Oh gosh, would you mind being a little more specific?
I was. Oh, wee. Let me tell you, I enjoy a cuppa.
Uh-oh.
I think Bushel is supposed to be British. But too bad, this is the voice. I enjoy a cuppa. I say cuppa because I'm goofy. In fact, it all began when I was in 3rd grade. No, wait.
That's not what I meant.
I believe I know what Herr Forehead is driving at. This coffee the victim was served. Did anyone other than the defendant touch it?
Right, yeah, that. No, that's what I was gonna say, really.
Wow, now, if you got a question to ask, you'd best straight up ask it. That's what I tell the new recruits several times if necessary. Right for a grade schooler. That's my motto. End quote. Which is to say, I can only write.
Who touched the coffee?
Which isn't to say I can only write grade school level stuff.
Who touched the coffee?
Don't know. I was in the back looking at the studio's equipment when she served it.
Then how'd you know she was smiling?
I made that up. I'm the reporter. I say what's real.
And what happened next?
And you know what happened next. Star falls.
What's this about a star falling?
Star falls. It's like an old telegram. Send money over. Zal, wait! You don't know? That's like a journalism code word. An important personage passes away, a star falls. Get it?
But there's no gravity in space, is there? I wouldn't think stars could fall, really. Does this matter?
Oh boy, this is good stuff, good stuff! How about star breaks? Nah, lacks punch. Oh, I know, star dies. Nah, lacks imagination. Star implodes and creates a black hole. A bit wordy. Of course, you could go with Drew dies. Straight to the point. I like it.
I think we need to hear about something a little more substantial. Starburst, a favorite candy. You say Mr. Masham had the coffee too, but did you actually see him drink the coffee?
Course! He who sees it wins, but he who says it wins bigger. End quote. I live in a man sees dog eat dog and writes about it world. Yet,
Gosh, that's so wordy. Yet.
I guess I can't say I saw him drink it, really. He had one so-called sip, if that. Man puts lips to mug, drinks, end quote.
That poison is quite virulent, I hear.
My stomach did a so-called somersault. since I'd gulped down the coffee without so much as a second glance at it. Wait, maybe something's there. Some kind of so-called trick. Anyone want to venture a guess? For the record,
Does this guy have a pause button?
Well, Mr. Justice, did you find that testimony valuable?
Yeah. The victim drank his coffee, then immediately fell over.
oh, yes. You can go to the press with that one.
Your Honor, this is a vital piece of information. Please add it to the testimony.
Done! Very well. The witness will add this to his testimony.
With a vital. Right. Yeah? No, not you, girl. Gosh, I don't like it.
So, he either took a sip or he didn't, and then fell over.
Oh, yes, indubitably. Just like that. Wham bam.
So, Mr. Masham drank the coffee and fell over immediately. I think Brushell's telling the truth, too. Should I get him to talk about something else? So, you drank the coffee that Vera served you too?
Of course. When someone serves you coffee, you drink it. End quote. I think that's from someone called Foot Edgeworth. Yeah, I think that's it. That's what my old boss always used to say. Never did get what he meant by it, though.
You're still alive, which is to say, you didn't die.
Of course not. No point falling before you're a star. End quote.
That's not exactly what I was getting at.
What were you getting at then? You know the poison was on the rim and not in the coffee.
Oh, yes. There were 2 cups on the tray she bought. And one of the cups had Drew's signature painted on the side.
No chance the guest would take that one by mistake.
Well, Mr. Justice, was that important?
Oh gosh, we have to change the testimony to what we want. No, not important. So Bushel drank the coffee too. Doesn't look like this is gonna lead to much.
Very well. Please continue with the testimony.
No one else entered the room besides her the whole time.
Can you say that for sure?
For sure. Sure. I'm sure. I'm Bushel sure. Drew's studio isn't a big place, kiddo. I'd know it if someone else had come in.
What if they had been hiding in there from before?
Even if someone had been hiding in that studio, they hardly could have poisoned that mug without anyone noticing.
You think I, Spark Bushel, would miss something as obvious as that? No way! You sure makes it sound exciting. I guess that's his job.
There's only one moment we need to focus on, really.
The moment when Drew Misham died?
Exactly. There has to be something there.
I visited the studio. The outsider, yada. His daughter brought us the coffee. He took one sip, if that. The next moment, he was on the floor.
Why are these all in the back now? Okay. I'm gonna save here. I know what they're trying to get at. They're trying to get me to say, hey, it's not that quick when the poison activates. But I don't have that written anywhere. let's see what the other one was. So either took a sip or did it, and then he fell over.
Oh, yes, indubitably. Wham bam, we already did this one, dumbass.
That is so weird coming out of that voice. About when Mr. Masham passed away.
Oh boy, what a scene that was. He put his coffee mug down with a crash, right?
Yes, and then...
Then the cold fingers of death touched his spine. Life's flame sputtered and fails. So cold with that touch, he could do naught but tremble uncontrollably. Actually, life's flame is a little tired. Life's river froze over. Yes, that's a go. I think he's starting his article already.
Could you describe that a little more simply?
Well, as you can imagine, I was pretty surprised. He hit the floor, as they say. Artistic Caesar's final performance. End quote.
Poison paralyzes the central nervous system. The body... The body arcs back. Like a bow, the limbs tremble, throat but... That's quite enough! Some of us want to be able to sleep tonight.
No, yeah? I want details. Lots of juicy details.
For that, you can listen to our last year's Hindle sit. Oh god, I'm going insane listening to this man. Poison, my love.
Oh. Claver, why do you know about this?
By the Governors, available at all major music outlets. The point here is that the victim died of antiquin poisoning. Well, Mr. Justice, how do you find that testimony?
Well, as an account of the moment's victim's death, I'd say it's very important. Please add it to the testimony.
Very well. So the court's request the witness add this account to the testimony.
Your Honor, I think I hit the fail state by accident.
Yeah, fuck.
Shit. You say it was death by poison. How can you be so sure?
Hey, look, I'm a journalist. I've seen a lot of things. And I've had more than my fair share of experiences with so-called poisonings. Man eats fishy fish, goes bye-bye. End quote.
Food poisoning doesn't count. Should I get him to talk about something else? Let's just go with what we have for now. Okay. I think I have to switch this one to when he drank it and then use the autopsy to say what's poison. It's specifically, it's like, yeah, he was poisoned, dumbass. And it's like, poison takes 15 minutes because we were told by Emma Sky. Yeah, I can really see how someone would, like, get annoyed at this game series if they never, ever, like, imagined fun voices for all these characters and stuff and just read the text and only know the characters via the text and how long it takes them to talk. I feel a good way to, like, spice up any visual novel or anything that has a lot of talking is talk. Make voices for the characters. Make it just a bit more than just simply read the text, go to the next, yada yada. You get funny animations too. Yeah. But as I was saying, with people not liking this game series, it's because they don't try to like it. And I know there's going to be a lot of people who are just like, I shouldn't try to like a game. A game should just be likable. But that's the thing about these games. They're kind of limited in form. There's a bit of, push and pull. You gotta give it some leeway. Because they only have text to work with. They don't have a full-on voice thing, because that would get really long. It'd be an anime at that point.
Objection!
The witness statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor.
Fail state.
I've never encountered people who particularly don't like it.
I have.
No, I used to be a person of where it's just like,
I fucking hate Ace Attorney. It's so annoying.
even though I'd never played the games, I'd never actually seen anyone play it, I just got annoyed by the fans. Oh, why'd you delete that message? Okay, what the frick do I do here? What do I have?
Objection!
You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison used. Antraquin.
No, Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. A lethal dosage of, 0.00 2 milligrams paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drank that, even you, Mr. Justice, would be reduced to a quivering pile.
Judge! Never say that again!
Okay.
Why are you using me as an example? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information.
In omission?
Antraquin is a virulent, as he says. But death does not come upon ingestion. Not immediately. That's because Antraquin is slow acting.
Slow acting?
What? According to one forensic scientist,
Is it Emma Sky?
I'm keeping them anonymous. Here, I'll do an impression of Emma Sky as this totally random person.
It's one of the most virile poisons, but absorbs into the body astonishingly slow.
It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. If we suppose that the moment Mr. Mashams sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, then it would still have had time to enjoy the last cup of joe.
Oh my gosh, he is a pencil! Order! Order! What is the meaning of this? What? If what the defense says is correct, why? That contradicts the entire testimony we just heard!
Mr. Brushel, anything to say on the record?
Slow acting. SLOWACT. It was virile, all right. Even then, it had already begun digging its claws into the journalist. He's working on his scoop.
Objection!
It's Brushel, yeah? Herr Brushel, let's take a trip back down memory lane.
Huh?
Did the victim already die the instant he took the sip? Think it over. This is vital.
You know what I think? I think that was, a not-so-subliminal suggestion. End quote.
Oh, is this going to be the one witness who rejects the suggestions of the prosecutors?
I admit, it does cause a problem if he died when you say he died. I would be forced to say, of,
I thought Wiedersehen was spelled with a V.
I'll be forced to say Auf Wiedersehen to my simple case. And you would be forced to say farewell to your article.
Come again?
You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? And as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent. And you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop of Wiedersehen.
Scoop? Scoop?
Oh my gosh, she's getting worse! Oh my gosh!
The W makes a V sound. Cryptid spotted. I don't know when that was placed. If someone offers coffee, you have to drink it. Offer him some of the coffee.
See if he still dies. But oh my gosh, what is this on my screen?
Oh, I just keep getting worse. Look, wait, just wait a second. Just 1 second.
We're waiting. Out with it.
I think I just recalled a so-called important detail. A revival of recollection, end quote. A story survival, end quote.
Ace attorney utterly confused, end quote.
Hey, that's my thing. Fuck you. Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. I heard of poison that takes its sweet time, see?
But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently.
Mr. Brushel, are you saying you noticed something that explains what happened?
You bet I am. The antidote for a poisonous contradiction, end quote, you might say.
Or, I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote, I might say.
I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee. Cryptid.
Order!
As far as I can tell, the witnesses standing by his testimony that Mr. Mission died the instant after he drank.
Of course I'm standing by my testimony. And my dream of exclusive rights to this story.
Look, I suppose it was too much to hope for.
What was?
Of course, he won't choose a simple case, not him.
Him? Who him?
Phoenix Wright. Who else?
Fuck.
Achtung, Herr Brushel, report for us if you will. What is it that you noticed?
This court is a critical trial of our juris system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court about what you noticed.
Wow, really playing up that evil kind of judge's face for the camera, are you? When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note?
A suicide note?
Yes. He had this look on his face. Man's face inscrutably as a quadratic equation, end quote. Suicide? Poor Mr. Misham.
Do you believe everything the witnesses say?
They're the witness. They wouldn't lie. They're under oath. But that means Vera's innocent.
Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview?
Oh.
Very well. You may begin your cross-examination.
Oh, wee boy. Wee ball. Yeah, I'm hip with the kids. I'm a reporter. I know what's up.
Hold it! Was there anyone at the studio other than Mr. Misham?
Well, his daughter Vera, of course.
Yeah. Was anyone besides Mr. Misham and Vera present?
Not a single one. Not a cat, not a rat, not even a mouse. End quote.
The only person who didn't belong to that studio there was you. wasn't it, Mr. Brushel?
Aha! I know what you're doing. I know your game. Attorney uses classic Ramsden phenomenon ploy. End quote.
If you intend to suggest that this reporter is a suspect, I'm sure you also intend to present evidence supporting that assertion, correct? In the meantime, let's move along, shall we?
Wait, it just clicked in my head. If there was cameras this entire time, that means Trucy's really good at abducting herself, if no one noticed on the camera.
Normally, I'd let the witness say literally anything, but today my bosses are on my back. What?
He seemed to be writing a letter. Oh, frick. I forgot to do not disturb my phone. Oh gosh, it's only 2 hours from 5. Fun stuff. And... set.
Abducting herself? Oh yeah, back in, which case was it? Yeah, back in the Walkie case, case 2, she used the amazing Mr. Hat to stage an abduction of herself during court to give Apollo like 15 extra minutes to do stuff.
Early reporter gets worm, end quote. That's my secret.
I'm not sure I follow.
It's the night of the interview. I arrived 15 minutes ahead of schedule. That means you perfectly would have saw. The handle turns. The door opens. I barge in.
Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that unlawful entry, really?
Mr. Basham, sir. Sure seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter into that yellow envelope as fast as he could. I know a secret when I spot one. And that was one.
It does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice,
I wonder. Does this have the ring of something important?
I think the cameras are just for this case, right? For the jury to watch with.
No, he said of just like,
as you know, our courts have a 24-hour surveillance system. They have access.
wait, no, it was Gavin who said it. Of just that it's constantly under surveillance. The jury just has the means to also watch that feed, is what they implied. That it's always there. The jury is just also watching it this time. The defense finds this testimony vital, Your Honor.
Very well. Please add it to the testimony then.
Hey, why not? My account comes free of charge. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was a crime scene.
Hold it. And you saw him seal this yellow envelope with the letter?
Hey, don't look at me like that. I saw what I saw. I'm colorblind.
Apollo, you think this might be our big break? Yeah. I need to show for some decisive evidence now. It's just saying, hey, buddy, he said yellow. As it just so happens, there was a single letter in a desk at a drawer at the scene of the crime. In a red envelope. What? Oh my gosh, he just keeps getting worse. Prosecutor Gavin, kill this Looney Tune.
Oh, fine. Bang. Yeah?
Was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime?
Unfortunately, no. But I have forehead. It's easy to mistake the color of an envelope.
I guess. But not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already 7 years ago.
Well, Mr. Brushel,
I can explain that. Drew, right. He wanted to get that letter in an envelope pronto. Get it out of my beady eyes, right? So he grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed it away.
And what about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chump?
Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's claim?
That night, the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. That's impossible, because this is Ace Attorney.
Oh, I like your expression. So full of confidence.
It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope. With the assistance of a forensic scientist.
What?
Note that this letter is addressed to Drew Masham.
Oh!
Why would he address a letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself.
I have been scooped.
Order! 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 Let's check chat. What do you think, Jerry? Literally every part of my face is too big to function correctly. I can't see, hear, or smell or taste. Seems that someone is role-playing as the witness here. And beady eyes. Mr. Brushel, can you explain this to the court?
Oh, my. How could I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets lots. End quote.
I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Brushel.
Well, that's the thing. See, after he put his letter in the envelope, Mr. Masham sat there searching his desk drawer for something.
His desk drawer.
Yes, a stamp. So-called postage stamp. End quote.
A stamp. Whatever for. What's with this whimsy-ass music?
Well, to mail his letter. What else? And then, why, yes, I think I saw him put a letter in this box. Yes, it was a yellow envelope, and he put it in that box.
Well, apparently this yellow letter has nothing to do with this kid.
Oh, how I wish it did. Just think, if it were a suicide note, what a story. Star writes suicide note in front of reporter. Falls. End quote.
Ahem! As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. That said,
Yeah, Your Honor?
it makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope. The fuck? Is he a furry artist? Jesus, that's a lot of money. Wait, this is the same address I sent my I mean, $100,000 is quite a big deal of money.
So this was from 7 years ago, yeah?
Inflation doesn't hit that hard in only 7 years.
Yes, it does. No. So, am I finished here? I mean, am I finished here? I was thinking of, going home to start riding.
I hate to state what you should be pretty obvious to anyone, but when you catch the scent of a story, you make that, rather unique face.
Come on! Attorney has active imagination. Little else. End quote.
Even I noticed something, and my eyes aren't what they used to be. You know, I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about.
Judge has active imagination. End quote.
Please continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of a story.
Hey, I'm the one asking questions here, usually.
2 redacted messages. Jeez, what the frick?
Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter leverages story, gets his interview, end quote. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it, end quote. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare.
So you threatened to go to the press with this story. That's how you got your interview. Blackmail?
Well, yes. I mean, no. I wasn't exactly black. I mean,
Something wrong, Mr. Brushel.
look. This is my story. My tidbit. No, not me. No. Journalist info is livelihood. End quote. My tidbit.
I see. Please do not torment the streamer like that.
Well, you have me chatting away in here. What's going on out there?
Speaking of chat,
What if some Wally Wordsmith or Sally Scooper gets wind of my story?
speaking of chat, when you perceive him, I hope he has the biggest over-the-top Looney Tunes tail. That's like, what do you mean? I couldn't see him doing that without looking closer. Yeah, that'd be funny.
They could be going to the press while I was going to waste.
The court feels your pain, Mr. Brustle. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace.
A certain case 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago?
Scent of a story.
I guess they don't have to say. I'm just like, hey, my bracelet's acting up. No, I don't want to be any closer to him. Pass. Okay, we should probably just fix everything. The victim, Drew Masham, had an aversion to reporters.
Boy, I guess not even my considerable charms did much for him. Until I finally got my thumbs up, that is.
You unlock a new feature to perceive even closer and see his pores. No!
Maybe you can elaborate on that a bit for us.
Exactly what sort of story was this?
Oh, a little one. Like I said, nothing more, nothing less, nothing in between. End quote. I might have suggested I had a lead on this particular story, but I didn't threaten or cajole or anything. Honest.
So, a suggestion was enough to get an interview. Mr. Masham must have really wanted to keep it under wraps. A certain case, 7 years ago? Tell us, what case?
Let me state one thing, Mr. Attorney, and you can quote me on this. I can't talk about that case!
What? Why not?
It's about journalistic pride and staunchness and credibility and connections. The journalist reveals sources only over his dead body. End quote. So what'll it be? Gonna strangle me? Dead men don't tell no tales, attorney.
He sounds pretty determined not to talk. Our chances of breaking his will aren't looking good. We don't have a Magitama. The case of Bushel v. Colgate toothpaste. Now he has to use a dry toothbrush.
It's one of them Viking ones with 1,000 bristles that look like fuzz.
On the one hand, we have our story, and on the other hand, we have this letter. What makes you think the two are related?
Oh, I was just saying it's possible. Call it reporter's intuition, end quote. Hey, I say a lot of things. You gonna pick all of them apart? Be my guest.
All of them? No, just the incredibly suspicious ones.
I see. Anything else to add, Mr. Misham?
Just how amazing was Mr. Masham's talent?
Huh? Ooh, wait, boy. I mean, hey, he's a star. Man, a star. The flow of his brush is like a great undulating river across the canvas.
Undulating? Really? They use that word?
Artist paints light up studio like sun. End quote.
This guy is full of wacky gestures. That one just now was wackier than usual.
He looks kind of nervous to me, Apollo.
Definitely. I'm sensing something different than before. It's a completely different art style. He's a damn toon. Maybe it's time to bring out you-know-what.
My testimony left a bad taste in my mouth.
It all makes sense. Nothing jumps out as ridiculous.
I wonder what this story he's talking about is. Must have been a good one to get an interview with a famous recluse like that.
Something powerful enough to drag Drew Masham out of hiding. I wonder. Maybe it had something to do with Mr. Masham's art. I'm sure Brushel had a bad taste in his mouth too. What's he doing with his other hand? Nothing. I was just testing to see if it's faster to like exit and then enter in again. I feel like it's this one. Shina's head turns into a Minecraft logo. That's his tell. As funny as that would be. This is the only one with a weird expression, supposedly. That brush is gross. Yeah! Yeah. I so don't want to get screwed over by the fact of just... There was a tell as small as a gulp. Mr. Brushel, you're hiding something. Why? Don't yell all of a sudden like that. You'll give the guy a heart attack. Sorry, it's just the way you were moving just now. It was particularly suspicious. What's that supposed to mean? So, usually I'm just sort of averagely suspicious? Sorry, my mistake. You're fine. I know I'm onto something here. Time to focus. Okay, so I don't get hurt whenever I fail. Mr. Brushel, you're hiding something. Why?
You know what? I'm feeling getting flashbacks to the playthrough I watched struggling with this a decade ago.
Okay, can you give me like a hint of where I'm supposed to be looking? What is his tell? He's so weird. I don't know, but try his pocket? What would move in his pocket? It's a pocket. What, is his whole freaking face and moving of the toothbrush supposed to, like, hide you away from when his heart thumps? I feel like there might have been something about it, but again, unsure. There's also the pen if that doesn't work. I feel like they were insinuating it was the very last one, but that could also be a wrong thing, because I didn't notice the pen did until, like, the end. I'm just gonna save here. It's quite possible this is the last or like second to last perceive in the game. Probably the second to last, because it's like every time we've had it, there's been twice.
Gotcha!
Mr. Brushel!
Liar! No! You fucked up. You fucked up. Whap, 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 whap. Ah!
Okay. Yeah. I'm just gonna press the last thing again to hear what they say. Just how amazing was Mr. Masham's talents?
Wee boy, I mean, hey, he's a star, man, a star. The flow of his brush is like a great undulating river across the canvas. The singers light up the sun, end quote.
Definitely, I'm sensing something different than before. Maybe it's time to bring out you-know-what. My testimony left a bad taste in my mouth. It all makes sense. Nothing jumps out as ridiculous. I wonder what this story he's talking about is. Must have been good to get an interview with a famous recluse like that. Something powerful enough to drag Mr. Masham out of hiding. I wonder, has that something to do with Mr. Masham's art? I wonder if it's evidence we're actually supposed to be looking at here.
Objection!
Might sound silly, but the last place that could have fit something you didn't look
is underarm sweat. That I can imagine. Okay. Never looked there. Yep. Is the other arm exposed? Not really. Okay, I'm looking it up. What is this case called again? Turnabout succession. Oh my gods! You were right! I immediately closed the walkthrough, but oh my gods! It's right there! That is so gross! You have been dropped into the sweat realm.
I heard that this was like the black magic realm. Why is it the sweat realm?
Because we're sending you to where everything else is gross. Sweat much, Mr. Brushel?
Yeah, well, a man can't help his glands, you know.
It's more than that. When Mr. Masham's talent was mentioned, you suddenly began to sweat buckets. You're hiding something about his talent.
Why? That's ridiculous.
Evidence time.
It was the only place you weren't looking.
Yeah, because my first thought when it's a tell is like, oh, sweat beating down their head. Not their armpit. That's nasty. Show where Mr. Masham's talents lay. Okay, I'm saving after this hurdle because, oh my gosh, that is a dumb tell. It's so nasty. Just so happens I have evidence showing the talent mentioned that letter. Take that! This painting was found in Mr. Masham's studio. There are two problems with this painting. The first is that it wasn't painted by Mr. Masham. The second is that there was another painting in the studio, which looked exactly like this one, except it was only half done. Then we have a letter discussing a payment of a lot of money, which suggests a certain business operation. The business of making forgeries.
Oh,
His eyes move with his glasses. He doesn't have real eyes. I was drinking. Jesus Christ. It's even creepier and negative. That is all, Your Honor.
everyone, please, everyone. Can we keep this private, please? This is my story, my scoop.
Forgery. That's a serious crime.
Drew Masham is known as an artist these days. There were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back.
Another art, meaning forgery?
Drew Masham was talented, all right. Talented at making precise, detailed fakes. The fact that certain criminal elements were quick to discover.
Criminal elements? What? You can't be serious. You can't seriously be talking about.
Exactly. I'm talking about forging evidence. The rumor started circulating 7 years ago.
7 years ago? So are we to understand that this letter, this payment of $1,000, was for...
Exactly. Forged evidence nets tidy profit. End quote.
You're not supposed to use colored text in a quote. Order! 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 Why? It's like our victim was living a double life.
Ah, this is my chance. So, the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? He could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about. This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. We certainly found no criminal connections when we conducted our investigation. But how do you explain all this many? He's a furry artist. Damn it. You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activities here. Furries are all criminals. Objection! But there is no proof tying this letter to our case. Oh! I know what happened. This small, tiny little picture frame is about the size of a stamp. He licks the stamp, puts it on the envelope, but because it's poisoned, it keeps him quiet. Our case was and remains simple from the beginning. That totally wasn't just a breakthrough right there.
Only the defendant could have poisoned that mug that night.
And you, of course.
That's what I was going to say.
End quote.
The fuck kind of superpower is that?
Hey! The only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing reviews.
Mr. Brushel, your testimony to this point has been quite unreliable. It doesn't speak well of your reporting acumen.
What are you talking about? My journalism is rock solid. Journalism is so solid you could stand on an elephant on it. End quote.
In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. If we can assert the situation in that studio from the recap, the trial is over.
Apollo, what's he talking about?
Cross-examination showed Mr. Brushel didn't have reason or mean to poison him. As long as there's no other suspects, then the killer had to be Vera. That's what? This next testimony is our last chance.
Mr. Brushel, your testimony, please.
An interview.
A recap. The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug.
But you said you showed up 15 minutes before the interview and he tried to, send a stamp. Oh, man. I know it. I got it already.
And nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing.
She's a furry. Yep. We've been over this. She only talks when she's inside her... Look at her apron. Yeah, it has a little, lion on it.
Oh, and a paw. She's just got all the furry accoutrement.
Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter.
A nice testimony. Clear, succinct, and without room for doubt.
Aw, shucks. You really think so?
I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin your final cross-examination. We're nearly done with the case. Woo! The secret fifth case is where all the shit is.
Right. I still have one trump card left to play. I won't let this trial end until I use it. And the trump card is press everything! But that doesn't prove Vera poisoned it.
Objection!
How many times have we heard that one half full-head? The poison reached its victim via that coffee mug. And from where did that coffee come from?
Yeah.
Not to beat a dead horse again and again, but perhaps you could fill us in.
I'm on it. You need a horse meat? I'm your man. I am the perfect size for a stick to whack a horse with. Oh, that was the wrong button, idiot. Nope, wrong button again.
Hold it!
And you witnessed her pouring the coffee.
Of course I didn't witness it. She came in with with it on a tray. The coffee was already poured and steaming.
Let us not forget the defendant was admitted to pouring the coffee herself. Man, this voice really breaks down when you have to yawn. I heard his statement.
Approved and served and not killed.
What?
The last part was just a little joke, in court for the jury. Hey, chat, look at me.
I don't think I'm gonna get anywhere with this coffee mug. I need to find another weak spot in this case. Not in this coffee mug. Yeah, it's not in the coffee.
Hold it!
She poured, she served, and she killed. More like Slade. Isn't a synonym for Slade serve? You're sure about that?
Well, to be really, really precise, I was busily gobbling mint candies the whole time.
One of those candies might have been poisoned.
Yet, at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of mint filled the room. And no mint residue was found.
It was a long shot anyway. You guys searched for mint.
Yeah. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee? No.
Everyone is addicted to coffee. Don't you know? It's the only way to live. It doesn't kill you just being coffee. Ah. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have some proof.
Possibility is that I feel it. Just maybe not proof. Not yet. Possibility isn't gonna cut it. Not now. Mr. Masham ingested the poison via a route other than the coffee. I can prove it. Proof is possible. I gotta risk it.
Oh, excellent. Let's see this proof then. Show us your evidence. Take that!
This is a new failed state. I must explain this over and over. We don't need possibilities here, Forehead. We need proof.
I know that.
You should also know that every proof has its moments. Perhaps you're a bit early.
Oh gosh, even the game goes, hey, that was the right one. Not yet.
I can tell what you know at this point. The victim put nothing in his mouth but that coffee mug.
Another hole in this case needs plugging before I can prove anything. First things first, I better uncover a weak spot before I try to strike again.
On with the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Not one thing. You're sure?
Yup, sure as sure can be. Well, with one exception.
One exception. What?
Journalist Spark Brushel does interview, leave studio, end quote. Jeez. Come on! Yeah, it's a joke. Get it? Not funny, I know. But still.
Did someone leave the studio that night? Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard something like that before?
Now that we've proven our witness is a comedian of sorts, I'd like to turn to our defense attorney before I turn to the testimony. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio that night?
Just one thing. I think one thing might very well have left the studio that night, actually. A certain something that has vanished from the crime scene.
By which you mean something other than our witness?
Of course.
Don't tell me, Vera Masham.
Believe me, any comic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional. The most alright legal defense. It's a joke, funny or not.
Then, let us see what you have for us, Mr. Justice.
Well, this thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. But I do have evidence that shows where it could have been taken from.
Take that!
This is the only link between the studio and the outside world.
A letterbox.
What did Mr. Brushel just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter.
Yeah, I said that, and it was true.
Furthermore, he went on to tell us that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox.
Ah!
But that very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night, the yellow envelope disappeared.
Oh, yes, intriguing. So an envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course. This changes nothing.
Huh? He has a point, Mr. Justice. We're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Masham. It is really important that this envelope the witness says he saw disappeared.
Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. That seems very important to me.
Very well, then, the witness will add to this testimony.
I want to see. Oh, frick, I can't check the stamp. Dang it.
Add it to the testimony.
You got it.
I still think this fails to change anything here, Forehead.
I wouldn't be so sure. A letter disappearing from the crime scene that night. This is exactly the opening I've been looking for.
I love Letterboxd. Got Barbie movie from it.
Nothing could be more serious than an envelope disappearing from that studio. And you were hiding that fact from us.
Yes, well, actually.
I don't argue the possibility that a letter disappeared from that studio. But, Herr Forehead, isn't there a much more serious question before us?
What were you saying, Gavin?
Oh, you goddamn bitch.
Right. How Mr. Masham was poisoned. Mr. Threshold's testimony has changed, which means the facts of the case have too. What he's told us means something entirely different, I'm starting to think. Let's keep thinking, Apollo.
Your Honor! What do you think about the witness statement?
I think that this is the fail state. You fucked up. It was too early.
Because I'm thinking, how do I say that it's like you gotta lick a stamp?
You didn't get hurt for suggesting the stamp earlier, by the way.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, yeah. Wait a minute.
Objection!
This evidence clear. Oh, I gotta be prompted to. I forgot.
Hold it!
When prompted. I know. I'm just a little dumb. I got real confused.
Objection!
I forgot it was a mechanic that you have to be prompted for evidence. I can prove it. Proof is possible. Here goes nothing. Again. I'm fine.
You don't understand. You do understand what we need now. Proof, Herr Forehead, not possibilities.
Of course. And Prosecutor Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof.
What did you say?
I have proof the disappearing envelope.
I saw him writing a letter. I did.
Which was picked up by the mailman, I assume. Seriously, no one has said that yet.
Of course. Which means that the envelope had a stamp on it.
A stamp.
As we all know, stamps come with dried glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it. By licking the stamp. No, you don't. You can lick your finger and then put it on the dried envelope glue. It's so nasty that everyone's just like, yeah, lick the envelope, lick the stamp. It's so necessary. No, you fucking animals.
Objection!
No one worth talking to actually licks stamps in this day and age.
Objection!
Even if you want to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead after all.
Objection!
Okay, so he licked the stamp. But wait, how does that explain the poison on the rim of the coffee mug?
Objection!
He licked the back of the poison stamp. The poison would get on his tongue. Yeah? What would then happen if he put the coffee mug to his mouth then? those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doings. It's the other way around.
But what?
The coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Masham. Mr. Masham poisoned the coffee mug himself.
Order! But that doesn't. That's it. What?
Recall, if you would. Antrakin is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope. But his time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lips to that cup of joe. Yeah, his snapping is a metronome.
Yeah? What? Why is everyone looking at me?
You have something to add, Mr. Brushel?
Uh-oh. His nose is picking up another scent.
As I believe I mentioned earlier.
Now that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Masham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. Ah, yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp. End quote.
You know, if you can make yourself sound more tough when you're bringing up the, flashback, why don't you just talk like that?
Because voice training's difficult. You should know.
Yeah.
But, I don't seem to remember him ever finding one.
Maybe he just ran out.
Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps. Not a single one.
That does pose a problem. How will you prove that the stamp was coated with poison?
Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. It makes proving the stamp he used was poison possible.
Good shot, good shot. Can't even prove there was a stamp at the scene in the first place.
Emma. You should know that. What? You should know what? What's voice training? Wait, is Emma trans? Or is Emma just completely clueless?
Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. Where's your evidence that proves the existence of the poison stamp? Well, that certainly is a cute little frame. And by little, I mean really little.
Clueless. It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself.
I noticed that too during my inspection. So what?
Ah, apparently you weren't as observant as you should have been. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important.
Are you hiccuping?
Maybe a little bit. Yeah. That should clear it up.
Missing something.
Yes. A pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. Antrakin residue.
What? Why wasn't I told about this?
The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most.
You aren't saying.
Oh, but I am.
Tell me, what fits in such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps. A commemorative stamp, perhaps.
Order! The poison stamp was in this frame?
Impossible.
But Prosecutor Gavin!
Why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me he had it there so he could commit suicide if the mood struck.
Can I say something? I had a thought, see?
Yeah, but what, Mr. Brushel? Please, just stop jittering around like that.
The victim was a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. Forgers forge friends. Makes enemies too, end quote.
So the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him.
Oh, rich. That's rich.
So was he. He was a furry artist.
Oh, I know. I gathered. I didn't know. I'm not a furry. Leave the ridiculous flights of fancy to the governor's song lyrics, please.
Finally, something we agree on.
The stamp was a murder weapon. Nonsense. Murder is a simple business. Who'd go to such lengths? No one.
Oh? I disagree.
Come again?
Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. Drew Masham hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail.
The mail?
Now, if you wanted to kill someone who couldn't meet you, but you knew read letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon.
Ridiculous! So ridiculous that I didn't even do the animation to whack them all. Where's your proof? I want proof. Show us evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon.
I might not have evidence per se, but things are finally starting to come together. What is it, Apollo? Your fists are trembling. I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think I know how Mr. Masham was killed. I feel like they're gonna make us do a guess.
Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice.
A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you how someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Masham a stamp of death. Was it?
I'm not sure it's entirely clear to me what this proves, Mr. Justice.
Huh? Was I wrong?
I believe we have shown probable intent to kill. Except the killer would have been her judge, and the victim you.
Ah!
Consider that a warning, Mr. Justice. Next time, whoa. Hey, no time loops, hey! Stop that! No!
Did you just use witchcraft? Maybe a little bit.
What the fuck?
They sent it to him in the mail?
I'm not sure it's entirely clear to me what it blah 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 blah.
Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah.
No, not witchcraft!
You need to stop doing that. You're gonna kill yourself. Then I'll put the witchcraft here.
No, we don't get commentary then! No!
Now, someone with the intent to kill sent Masham the stamp of death. I don't have a lot of evidence.
Isn't this the envelope, the ones from 7 years ago?
Think about it. The text of the letter again. Depositing and please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. There were 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp with it in 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. And this is page 2. Sans comes in.
Hey, buddy. I remember your accusations, human. You know what evidence stands for? I don't know. I know that LV stands for level of violence, but I don't know what evidence stands for.
I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor. In other words, if I had this straight, the stamp, poison, on the stamp, lick, lick, grasp, end quote. Now,
what if he had done exactly as the letter asked?
He would sign the document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would put it in his letterbox.
15 minutes would have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath. And the murder weapon would have been taken away from the scene.
Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system. Remember, cops are bastards. Mail workers are needed.
Great headline.
Lick, lick, gasp.
That's going to be the name of my new album, Lick Lick Gasp, You're Guilty. Such a splendid imagination you have, hair forehead.
Huh?
Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So, this poison stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago.
Can I skip one?
Yeah? Is that what you'd have us believe? Really?
Well,
It's a little bit of a stretch, but there's a possibility.
It's a very small possibility. How small, I wonder? About the size of a fucking stamp. A poison stamp in this envelope. A stamp that then became the murder weapon? How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence?
Well.
Achtung! It was 7 years ago, and I didn't even know who sent that letter.
And your answer is silence. I see. Very well. I move to...
I imagine this is Christopher.
Fuck, what did Christopher sound like?
He was like very I don't remember.
I'm going to do something very, very dumb. I'm going to watch my old content. Woof! Okay. Okay, where's I spot that? Here we are. Ah! Is this coming from, like, yeah, this is from Whoville. Mr. Gavin! I think things just took a turn for the worse.
I see no problem, Justice. Okay, so he was this kind of posh British. Okay. It's not nice to pick on the Fraulein, Claver. And now my voice has slightly shifted to
Emma! The fuck?
Well, like, okay. Did I sound like him?
Don't quit your day job.
Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after, Fraulein Detective?
Someone had to come dig you out of all this mess you're making of this case.
Mess?
You know, none of this would have happened if you just trusted in science a little more. You can find out if that stamp was in that envelope easy.
Care to explain yourself, Fraulein Detective? I don't like you mimicking my brother.
She is trans. Just to become someone else. You ever trans so hard and you fixate on one person that you just want to become that one person specifically?
Glare at me all you want, but science is on my side.
Don't you mean science?
It's all in the residue, alright?
Ah, that's right. Poison detection spray.
It can tell how old it is.
Produce the red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court. We are bigger than mail.
Did you know that it is illegal to open mail or any packages that are not addressed to you? I was going to say he transitioned into Emma. Then what happened to the real Emma? Because she definitely existed more than 7 years ago. She was in the few cases with Phoenix. Yep, it would be right there. Ah, it's glowing! Gender fluid. But then, why would Claver never mention this?
It's just like, oh yeah, Emma, she's my sister, technically.
Or is it that strong of a fluid that it cuts off any family tree? And puts it on another, because Emma is related to that girl from that one case at the very end of Ace Attorney, the one where you're taking down the police.
Well, would you look at that?
No mistaking it. That's Antrakin residue.
I don't believe it. A murder weapon from the past. Now, 7 years later, it brings its fangs at last. It bears its fangs at last.
Prosecutor Sky. Lana.
Yeah.
Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a hard night. Tell me why. I'm not a cover band, no. Why didn't this murder take place 7 years ago?
Objection! No rhyming in court, Your Honor.
There's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Masham figured it out.
Figured what out?
He realized that the person who sent the letter wanted him dead. So, he sent his reply with a different stamp.
And put his decisive evidence in a frame. You're still here?
Can I make a statement here on the record? I, Spark Razortooth Brushel, claim this scoop as mine.
Overruled.
What? Drew Michelle killed in cold blood. By sender of 7 years old letter. End quote. No, maybe something more succinct, like Star falls after 7 years delay. End quote.
Order, order, order! I see no room for further argument here. Though I admit, this is all coming as quite a shock. To think that the murder weapon reached its mouth after 7 years. Stamp his ticket straight to afterlife. End quote. Boom!
Uh-oh. I think the witness is a bad influence on our judge.
I'm just an innocent little moldable thing on the internet. Oh no. I don't have bad influences. I see no need for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant.
Apollo! I think we just won!
Very well. This court finds the defendant...
Objection!
Come on. Yeah, man. Everything's an influence on the judge. Yes.
Is this the bright future of our legal system?
Prosecutor Gavin?
A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago. Tickets for Gavinier's shows are invalid after 2 weeks.
But it doesn't make sense any other way.
It boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in Herr Forehead's claim.
Contradiction.
A poison stamp was placed in this envelope 7 years ago, and whereupon it was framed until now. If that's the case, then why did Drew Michelle have done what he did?
Emma explained that. He must have realized it was poison.
There lies the rub.
What? Wait, what did he say?
Therein lies.
Therein is one word?
7 years ago, the forger, Drew Masham, sensed the trap and put the stamp in a frame. I do not debate this, but this begs the question, why 7 years later did he use the stamp on the night of the murder? Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Masham simply forgot. He put the murder weapon in a frame on his desk for 7 years and forgot? It's fucking raw! You expect us to believe he sprang the trap on himself?
You ever play Danganronpa?
Ew, no. The fuck?
While I admit this is all quite shocking myself, it does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap that he had been sitting on his desk for 7 years.
Oh, his eyes are teal.
Useful information. I can use. I was about to say actually no, yeah. I can just use these streams as great reference for when I make a QB of these.
Don't play Danganronpa. Your turn to die is way better.
Your turn to die. What the hell is that? Apollo! I don't think we're winning anymore.
Oh, I'm glad to see we're all back in the real world now. Where our music is king. Welcome back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. We've been waiting for you.
Okay, how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope?
The poison stamp? What exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to court for us? Oh no, I'm using our legal system that evidence is king.
Please tell me the jury is gonna buzz in and go, "Shh, we believe Apollo."
I see no proof that a thing such exists.
What about the antrakin residue, huh?
I agree that does seem to be antrakin residue. But, Herr Forehead, it's certainly no stamp.
Yeah, but
Even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Drumachamp never would have used it. That is all.
jury's supposed to stop this BS. I know! Where's the jury?
I believe we've come to a conclusion. Again.
Apollo! Were we wrong this whole time? I can't believe it. The poison traces match up. It can't be a coincidence.
I'd like to bring some closure to this issue sometime this year.
Oh. Wait. This is the reverse of... Now I understand the plot of the Great Ace Attorney, of where they were trying to remove the jury system because evidence was king, but evidence wouldn't convince the jury. And now this bygone system is back.
Mr. Justice.
But in real life, the Great Ace Attorney is one of the more recent games. So, that means it got did it get infuriating these next two games?
Mr. Justice.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drumachamp received a red envelope. There were traces of the poison antraquin on the document inside that envelope. A similar trace was also found at the scene of the crime. On this tiny picture frame, the defense had indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope. The envelope that left the scene of the crime with the poison stamp on it.
Yes, but even if this envelope contained a poison stamp, and Drumachamp, knowing this, put it in a frame, he would never have used that stamp.
I'm afraid you're right. Which means there is a fatal flaw in the defense's case.
I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time. I'm sure of it. The traces of antraquin, the envelope, the frame. And Drumachamp's mysterious death. They're all connected somehow.
The next games don't have a jury for some reason? I think it's just like, oh, they did an experiment, and maybe one day they'll fully implement it after I remember.
Oh, damn it. I wanted to play with the jury system. Now I gotta go buy the Great Ace Attorney. Fuck. I already know how that ends. No.
Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us?
The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be fake.
A fake clue? Fascinating. And if you find this fake, your wild fantasies will be proven quite reasonable, yeah?
The clue that was thrown off the poison's trail is none other than...
I'm gonna save here because I have no idea. Ooh, wait a minute.
Okay, it's very difficult to see in the 3D art, but on the 2D art right here. Oh, frick. Yeah, I can't see it on this version. But in this version, there's like little corner cuts at the top, as if it was a stamp. Why is this here?
I don't know for sure, but the letter def be a good red herring and forgeable. But why is Drew Masham here?
The victim was a fake clue? I'm afraid I don't understand.
I'll explain. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug linked by poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself.
Objection!
Congratulations, you've completely lost me. So the fake evidence is none other than the master of fakes himself, the forger. It makes a good story, I'll give you that.
The fake clue. Fakes. Forgeries.
Ah!
I know that face. That's the face of I just had an idea face.
I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway.
What if our forger is the fake?
Come again?
7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into the very same trap and dies. Why?
That's what I want to know.
Because the forger was killed. Because the forger who was killed was a fake.
Here we are again, the victim was a fake.
One forger smelled the trap, one forger fell into the trap. That's 2 forgers, and one of them was a fake. Got it right.
Order, order, order!
So, you're telling us that Drew Masham, the victim, was a fake? Well, if he was the fake, who was the real forger? You better not be claiming there was some kind of switcheroo.
I'm afraid you're going to have to back up your story. Mr. Justice, show us who the real Mr. Drew was.
Oh! Wait.
Is this the forger? He has a ton of forging materials on him. Wait a minute! Sparkbrushel isn't an investigator. If Drew Masham wasn't the real forger, there's only one other person it could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Masham was himself a forgery. The real forger was... I want to say him. He's got all the art supplies.
Take that!
Yeah,
Attorney makes wild claim because subject of becomes really cool. We'll come up with something quick before that story goes right.
Take that!
There can only be one explanation, really. The real identity of the forger, known as Drew Masham, is none other than his only daughter, Vera Masham.
order, order, order! Mr. Justice, this is going out on a limb even for you.
Shit. He did say, Phoenix did say they were guilty. But guilty of what crime? I kind of agree. I mean, Vera, a forger? Let's consider it before you write it out entirely. If
If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forger had been taking place in the studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger.
Well, actually, it does make a certain kind of sense.
One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger's studio. Drew Masham's and Vera Masham's.
What are you going on about?
If we know that Drew Masham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility by process of elimination.
Are you using Herlock Sholmes' fucking quote?
Yes! The forger was Vera Masham. Well,
Oh god, this was just a really, really long fail state. Fuck you. Fascinating.
She looks blind. Vera Masham? Or is no iris means that they can't hear? You've been paying attention to this trial so far?
Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger? Drew Masham.
was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? She's staring holes into the prosecutor Gavin's face.
I'm used to being stared at by Fräuleins, believe me. Though they usually talk to me too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art?
Yes.
So the forger, Drew Masham, was you?
Yes, it was me. What is that image supposed to be? I want to say it's a crying face? But I cannot understand. It's a crying face. Okay.
That what? What?
The court was in an uproar. It wasn't calming down. We had to break for 10-minute recess. To be continued. Yep. Okay. Well,
That's today's stream. The sudden reveal that Drew Masham was actually a woman.
that's not weird in this day and age. Well, for this game's timeline, it kind of was. So, whew, almost 4.5 hours. Return to title. Yep, thanks for coming out. I see there's 3 viewers in here. That was Athena. Oh, is it the chick with the yellow jacket and the red hair? Yellow lady. Okay. I've never known her name. I only knew Apollo's name because of a Pro CD comic. This lovely land of America has such a rich culture and history to it. Phoenix, what's going on? Apollo, eat your hamburgers. That's the only reason I know Apollo's name. Eat your hamburgers, Apollo. Oh, wait. It says I have 2 concurrent viewers because the chat counts itself on my phone. Okay. Yeah. Oh, weird. You see 3. Then I guess there's 3. Then I guess I have just bad latency.
pushing end stream button.